Welcome to the first viewer level session of 2022, and Happy New Year. Let's begin with Firework Frenzy, very freshly uploaded on New Year's Day by Choo Choo. Let's start the new year with a bang. And Lion SMM, thank you for the submission. You will be first after we finish this as our warm-up level. We'll just be about a week late for All I Want for Christmas Is You, but you're perfectly welcome to send that anyway, and I'm looking forward to it. Up the pipe into the checkpoint already, okay. Did I need the bomb for something? I feel like I needed it to up-throw into the on-off switches. It would detonate and then give me the blue platform. Oh no, you throw it to the left, and then the poison gets it for you. And then you need to kick that to the right, probably with a spin. Jerp, welcome. And Tub and Chub as well. I'm too busy reading chat and wasn't paying attention to kicking all the bombs here and there. But thank you for the submissions. And we'll hopefully get to them in good time. Needed to go faster towards that bomb. I do need to kick it, which seems to imply that I just need to go faster and perhaps spin towards it. I actually should have done a spin over on that one to begin with. Yeah, no, I see what's wrong now, that I should be doing the spin off the first Muzzy. Yeah, Jerp, it's really unfortunate that Twitch advertising continues to be kind of out of our control as people who are affiliates, but hopefully managed to survive that. And I'm looking forward to everything else that is coming in today. Tub and Chub, thank you for the puzzle. Seesaw Garden, hoping to get to that soon. Okay, here we are. Okay, that's interesting. That now, because I'm spinning on the lower bomb, I'm spawning the third bomb much later because of the way I'm scrolling up the camera. And because of that, the positioning is a little bit different. I feel like a standard jump there probably would have been fine. But there is going to be a little bit of fluctuation in the position here, depending on how quickly I scroll the camera up for the third bomb to come in. Because I want it far enough to the right that I'm able to progress past it right away, but not so far that I can't actually get up to that platform. Nope, that should have gone to the right. That was a good position. That was just not really great otherwise. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, so you need to bop that bomb, but then sneak under the spike top up top, so probably just need to clean up some of my jumps here. Nope, still hitting that to the left, which is the problem we're running into. And yeah, thank you for all the submissions from everybody that I did not acknowledge. The Leech, Ace Dragon, Oki, Monokuma, and anybody I might have overlooked in the chat. Things are moving rather quickly. If you're a long-time viewer here, you will know that this is kind of an unusually early time for me. I should have done a spin jump on that bomb and gone up to the blue platform. But we are looking at eventually making this a more regular starting time. Usually I start about 2 hours after this. Yeah, that's not going to be correct. You need to probably do a standard jump, go up, spin back? I don't know. Something about the spacing there is still catching me off guard. Yeah, as you can see, once the spike top makes contact, I immediately fall through because it is considered dead as soon as I touch the poison. So a standard jump is going to be correct, followed by a spin jump on my way back. Whoops. So yeah, for everybody new here, the order is going to go between next and sub-next. I never call random, so if you're a little further back... Whoops! That was a mistake. If you're a little further back, don't worry about, you know, dipping out for a bit and coming back if you need to. I'm not just going to call you out of the blue. But we'll hopefully run for quite a while today. Would like to make this a longer stream. Yeah, I want to jump immediately to the blue platform. I still think that if I spawn that earlier, perhaps, that maybe I'm within range to kick it to the left. But it's a little hard to say. But yeah, whoops, too late. And Tactics47, Happy New Year to you as well. Hope everything has been going well. Even with most of the Scrabble streams having switched to Battle Royale recently, for the most part. And a couple of the streamers away for the New Year's tournament this weekend, as I understand it. Yeah, all the best to you in 2022 as well. Yeah, doing a full jump over there on that spin might be a better idea. But let's see. No, because the Buzzy needs to come up. But I do wonder about that. That just the positioning of the third bomb isn't quite clear to me yet. That seems a lot better, because I can get on the blue platform right away and still get within range to spin on it once more. Let's go over here. Go over here. No, because you would still need to kick it to the left, and I'm not really within range to just immediately spin towards it. So something is wrong. Something is quite wrong. Maybe I'm supposed to spin... Like, if I spin directly towards it, I can still get a spin off of the spike top to get up to the falling platform. And so maybe it is going to be an immediate spin, it's just that the positioning is still a little bit weird to me. Like, you would need to go immediately, and that's way too slow. But then any further to the right, and it's unlikely that I'll be able to kick the bomb into position, unless, of course, the poison level is lower, which tells me that I'm actually just doing everything too slowly. Yeah, because if I just shorten a couple of these jumps, I think then this turns out to be a bit cleaner. But we'll see. It's a little difficult for me to see what's going to go on with that one right now. But perhaps I should keep my head down with a couple of these jumps off the bombs. No. Far too soon. But then how do you do it? Because you need the bomb to be further to the left, but you still need to be able to reach it, and I don't have a good way of reaching it at the moment. And then, yeah, because it just doesn't go anywhere close to what I need. And, Lazy, if, yeah, I hope you did add the correct code there, and that was properly put into the system, but regardless, thank you for the submission. That's almost the right idea, I think. The timing doesn't quite feel right. Because the poison level is pretty high at that point, so... We'll see. Like I said, this is just sort of a warm-up opener level for some New Year's fireworks. And because the queue is rather large already, I may not necessarily finish this one. and just so we can get into the main bulk of the viewer submissions themselves. Okay, so that was actually correct. I should have gone directly up to the blue platform then. I thought I had time to do an additional bounce off to Spike Tops, but apparently not. So if we can recreate that particular spacing, then I should be okay. Nope, sorry, this should be a spin. That was totally bungled. Okay. Nope, just kicked it to the left instead. We can fix these things. A bit of a close shave, so I should bounce a little higher off the bomb. The first one. Okay. No, wrong way. That is correct, though. If you just hit the bomb to the left, I should be able to go through the blue platforms and have them activate underneath me. Keep instinctively thinking that I'll need to jump towards the blue platforms from the left. Don't actually need to do that. You can just go directly up. Nope, as long as we hit the bomb to the correct direction, of course. And have the poison level low enough that it doesn't get activated right away before hitting the left side wall. So, just a couple of small adjustments here. And we should be able to get this. Nope, once again, wrong way. Nope. Yeah, I still think I just need a higher bounce to spawn that bomb sooner, the third bomb sooner, because I need to be positioned a little ways to the left to kick this guy, but then I need some headroom on that, so just a bit more of a bounce on this guy. Maybe not that much of a bounce. That's too much. Actually, I wonder if I should have just gone directly up to that platform. I keep falling back down the Buzzy and running off of it. Perhaps that's not necessary. And perhaps the timing lines up neatly if I just back out of that bomb and go immediately up instead. Well, that's not completely clear to me just yet. Yeah. That might actually be the solution in terms of how this is timed, but then why would it be on a Buzzy instead of something else? Okay, pulling back a little too soon. It is going to be a bit difficult to change momentum like that as you bounce off this guy. Whoops, on my head. Yeah, because if I try to spin up there immediately, I think I will miss. Just because of the momentum going into the spin jump here. Because now I am pulling back much too soon. Okay, so good spacing there, almost. I just kicked bomb in the wrong direction once again. Okay. Nope. I was mostly doing that correctly, but then that bomb was still too far to the right. So, just little fixes here should do it. Nope. Need to let a Buzzy come up a little bit, of course. Nope, too late. Because if the poison is up at that point, everything is just going to sink and unstack. So, a little bit too much light time there. Yeah, it's a fairly tight window for that. It did seem designed for some particular expectation when it comes to how you get the first bounce here. It might be designed, once again, around the expectation that you bounce off immediately. But as you can see, we went a little bit too soon in order for that to work, so... Still don't know if that would be the preferred approach. If you're hitting the bomb directly on top of the arrow, though, maybe that would work. But the momentum correction isn't quite right. Okay. There we go. At long last. Okay, I'm just reading that for the first time. You jump, get onto platform, hit the switches on the left side, and then continue. So it's going to be kind of a medium jump off the first bomb in order to get the right spacing. You don't want it too high, you don't want it too low. Okay. But then I understand how the rest of this is going to go afterwards, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, kind of a medium bounce. Note, that should have been a spin. Ziggsy, welcome. And thank you, Ziggsy, for the submission. Okay, nice and quick. And then... that should have been a spin off of the P. Spin off of the P, and then you can get a second bounce off the bomb. Okay, nice to finally have some progress here after being stuck on the early jumps for far too long. There we go. No, wrong way. You hit it on the left side, it'll activate the on-off switch as well as giving you an extra platform to bounce on, going up to the next flimsy lift on the top left. And Melon Ride, this is the new Choo Choo. You may have the code already for Choo Choo, but if you don't, I will share the code for this level at the very end. This is just our warm-up level. It's the 2022 Happy New Year fireworks level, basically. Let's remember to spin jump. And yeah, it is a lot of fun. We had a little bit of trouble figuring out this vertical spawn timing here early on, because it is a little bit dependent on your jump height, but once I managed to get it, it seems pretty reliable. So just needed to learn how to make that correction. And then, here we go. Nope, left. Just have to adjust out of the P jump accurately, and you see that whole flock up above that we're going to have to deal with after that. Whoops, spin jump. And yeah, big queue already, so we'll hopefully get to that very soon. Whoops. Okay. Okay, momentum wasn't quite right coming out of that P, because I cut back a little bit too much to make sure I hit that bomb on the left side, so we do need leftward momentum, but a shorter jump, and that should be the adjustment. And there we go. Nope. Yeah, once again, you want to kick the bomb to the left, but I also want to have a really full bounce off that bomb once I get on top of it, so... Thank you for Mad Lad's Mausoleum. And yeah, long queue today, but as you may have noticed, I am starting quite a bit ahead of my previous time last year. This may become a regular start time, depending on how well it goes. And so, hopefully, people in North America are able to stay in the queue just a little bit longer than in the past. And we can get through more of these submissions without people having to pull out. But we'll figure that out as we go along. Whoops, no, still not enough headroom there. Let's remember to get a higher bounce. Okay. Wrong way. And yeah, Jerp, it was a bit of a tricky time, but previously that was really the only time I could get on reliably. Lately, we've been trying to change some things up around here to clear the schedule a bit and make it so I can get online a little bit earlier, so it's a little more convenient. Whoops, no. Wrong. So yeah, right now the P-switch is the main issue that we're encountering. It's fairly far along in the level. I think we can probably manage to get the clear. Whoops, wrong way once again. Yeah, medium bounce. It's the one thing that feels a little bit awkward about the level was just a camera dependence there, but now that we've figured it out, it's not too much of a fuss. Nope, wrong way. I was trying to nudge that on the left and then get a high bounce. But it is a little bit tricky to do that, because the P-switch is placed so close to the target. Okay, there we go. Nope, still wrong. And yeah, that's a huge buzzy crew up top. It's going to have some muncher and bomb stacks on top of it when we get there, so we have some other spin jumps ahead of us when we get there. Up we go. There we go. Yeah, I guess I wasn't quite sure what was going to happen there, but it is going to be a series of spin jumps on that bomb to kick it over further, I think, such that you can get it to activate the on-off switches. I just misread that in terms of where the bomb was going to stop, since it was continuing about its merry way on top of a moving target. But I will have to pull back a little bit to the left in order to hit that bomb accurately, I think. But hey, it's progress. Up we go. Nope, too far. Once again. Nugukaza, welcome. Hope the P-ballooning has been going well. Going into the new year. Nope. I probably need a shorter bounce timing-wise. But maybe not too short, because as you can see, there are some on-off blocks up top that if you activate the on-off switch too soon, you actually kill the flying stack that is after that segment. When we get there, you might see what I'm describing. Right now it's a little bit difficult to describe accurately. Whoops. But the next segment after this is going to be something flying that you're jumping up to once you get on top of the platform. So, and then there's going to be some kind of on-off activation that will give you something to work with. And indeed, Nugukaza, happy not old year to you as well. Nope, too soon. Once again, the spawn position is going to be a little bit fussy there. We'll get it. Yeah, we may come back to this one since it is just my warm-up level today, and we're pretty far along in the stream already, but... nope, too far to the right there. But hey, we are progressing, learning it as we go, so... Still doing okay. Nope. Needed to sort that out. So yeah, just a few things that are a bit memory dependent here in terms of what we're going to do, but for the most part, it's pretty clear. Medium jump there. Over here. Then almost falling off the edge on that one. But thankfully, not. Whoops, made that mistake once before. Yeah, it's going to be double bounce on that, probably third bounce on the bomb once it is on top of the spikes, but I don't exactly know yet how far it's going to go, so we'll need to make that adjustment when we get there. Whoops. Went way too low. I actually accidentally picked up the P-switch. Far, far too low there. And we'll try to put in at least one or two good attempts up to where we've gone so far. It seems to be fairly far along in the level. And also fairly doable once we... whoops, remember to spin jump everywhere. In the correct locations. Almost too late there, but we made it. Too low. Yeah, it started to come in a bit low towards the P-switch simply because I was overshooting the bomb next to it so often. That's clearly a bit of an overcorrection, which we will have to fix accordingly. Now, to the right. Nope. Pretty tricky. But we may just have to come back to it. Yeah. Okay, let's call it for now. We'll be able to come back to this at another point, but I don't want to hold off on the viewer queue for far too long here, simply because we've got so many people here today, so including some people who are new. And yeah, it looks like it's pretty much just a vertical section, and then it spits you out at the very end. So we were probably fairly close, especially with a decently high clear rate here, but we'll go back to it eventually. So, not quite a GG, but it's the thought that counts. Ace Dragon. Anyway, we'll rotate between next and sub-next among people who are here, so Lion SMM, please check in. And thank you for your patience, if you have been waiting all this time. And if Lion does not check in, we will proceed to Jerp as the first submission. I do not see Lion on the online list, so we will likely just move on to Jerp right away. And I'm pretty sure Jerp is here, so we'll just do that quickly. Jerp, you might want to check in just in case, but I believe you are here. Great. And once again, thank you everybody for waiting. That's longer than we usually go for the first warm-up level of the day, but we're going to get into a Metroidvania. The Catacombs Conundrum. Find all red coins and a way out. And do you want me to check more info before or after I play? Since it's asking me to check more info. Should we look at it afterwards or right now? I assume it's some artwork. Oh, QR code. Okay, this is actually the second time. You're the second maker who has sent me a level that has a QR code in it. Because rather memorably, it was part of the Tempest Funk Escape Room series. I'm going to see if I can scan it. And it is a link to jerp.tv with a description of the Catacombs Conundrum. Very nice. I guess this is kind of a standard thing you're doing. Oh wow, it's actually got a whole game manual. I'll in fact post a link if I can figure out how to copy it over, or... Yeah, 1 second here. So just for the sake of sharing with people, and also because I don't have time to read the whole thing myself right now, this is the link in the QR code, and it's kind of like an accompanying guide or manual that also describes what you did with the save mechanism. Like I said, not going to read it right off the bat right now. Let's just get it in play. But maybe we'll consult it if we need to somehow. That's kind of a neat system, though. Anyway, this is telling me to enter this door. Obviously, we're going to check this one first. I mentioned the world record possibly being too long. No. I don't mind long levels at all. Particularly levels in this style. Okay, so we went through the door that it was not pointing to. I guess there is some kind of power-up progression happening here. We get a mushroom right away. That allows you to get a damage boost going to the right. Can we do anything else without taking damage? Let's check that first. And a star. Okay, I guess that kills this idea, but there is a bomb opportunity over here on the right side eventually, if it comes to that. And then Blue Pipe is going to take us somewhere completely different. This level should be beatable within 90 to 120 without much routing, yeah. Good to know. Anyway, we got a cape right away. Cape, I haven't really seen where that will take me just yet, but we'll go ahead and just get into the boo ring. until we have an on-off switch here, of course, no opportunity to fly here just yet. I guess Cape plus Star would allow you to fly through some of this stuff, but... Fire Flower, let's not do that yet until I see what's going on. Okay, sure, let's take it. And this allows you to bust through. Good. 30 coin over here. You made the info page easy to use as a template, so most of the work is just pixel arting the QR code. Yes, exactly. Blue Blur, welcome. Yeah, that's a nice system. It's the first time I've seen a QR code being used as a level guide. Like I said, I have seen it used before in an escape room. But that was, of course, a pretty different context. And the escape room series I'm talking about is the one by Tempest Funk that is a set of 5 escape rooms. That's some of the craziest stuff I've seen in this game. But this is a really kind of compact system to kind of put in like this extended guide that you've created. All the arrows here are pointing to the left. And of course the P blocks would freeze the conveyors. Not that the conveyor belts will do much for me here, but sure, let's check this anyway. And so yeah, this looks like it's the way you're supposed to come in, but Burkowski, welcome. Anyway, it is going to be coin collection. I don't think I've seen the key door itself, so we'll stuff this up for a moment. Lots of room for the P-switch, of course, to get you through the center column if you want to. I don't really want to spend that yet, but on the other hand, it does make some of this stuff a little bit easier, perhaps, if we deal with that now. Interesting shell trap over here. Whoops. Oh. Lost the helmet, unfortunately. We do have the cape, though, so I can get my way over here. No fire, however. Whoops. Now, I saw that the manual actually did tell me something about the save system. I guess once we start running low on time, I should consider that. Just so we know how to continue progress here. And yeah, you also figured out the metadata, I guess, to make it look nice for the embeds. It's always a nice touch. I can damage through this. I don't know if I want to. I mean, I'm able to fly, I think. I've got plenty of distance here. But it might be difficult while holding the P-switch. Hang on. Yeah, it's not going to give me quite enough room here, I think, to turn around or anything. But alright, that's fine. Let's just take the damage here, take this, and then we're not going to do any kind of Kaizo-style P-jump. Although, we can do a non-Kaizo P-jump. I don't have a Fire Flower, though, so probably not that useful. We do have the P-switch. We do have the bomb. Oh, bomb. Okay, great. We know where to go. But I needed to kick it quite a bit further, I think. Or at least have the bomb stay alive once it spawns and get escorted across, perhaps. Okay, let's see some new territory here. We covered a couple of different places. Oh, I see. So this is the bomb location. This is a Fire Flower location that then gets you over to a checkpoint. And then this is also the key door, which is why the arrows were pointing here earlier, so you could see how the exit is actually positioned. And you honestly thought it was some special thing that websites partnered to do to get thumbnails. Yeah, it's something that is manipulable if you put the time into. Tag things nicely. And from just a very brief glance at the website that you had set up for this, it did look quite nice in terms of design. I pulled it up on a mobile, of course, because I used mobile to... whoops. We'll need to respawn that bomb. Yeah, I used my mobile device to scan the QR code, and at least the layout there looked pretty clean, so... Nice and tidy. Let's bomb everything we can using this guy. And of course, that will give me checkpoint access. I'm going to see if it's going to be some kind of double checkpoint, because once I take a look at that, I'll be able to understand if I can just save any coins I want. Also notice that the P-switch here was something that was obstructed. Hang on. Whoops, no. Let's... Yeah, the P-switch here was something that was opened up by a spawn block. Let's get that within a 2-tile range. And I guess this is where the checkpoint's going to be doubled across. And yes, save station. Save station also preserves the fire flower. Okay, great. Now we know how to access the save station. I know how to save all of the coins that we've been getting along the way. There are going to be 8 total. And this is going to be an on-off switch that is also going to gate off the save on the right side, so we'll have to keep that in mind, because that does change some of this layout considerably, and also precludes me from saving at that location until I figure out how to get the switch manipulated again. This looks like a location that I can fly up. Oh, I see, okay. This looks like it's spacing that is done specifically to prevent me from flying. But that's not correct, because we can in fact fly. Okay. Good. No, this is where I just came from earlier, that's fine. But we know that there's an infinite cape dispenser there now, and that's very important to know. This we knew was a bomb from much earlier. The bomb can get me through the ice blocks. If we just whip this... bomb can send me through, and then we can get through the ice blocks without the use of the fire flower. And then that will be this coin over here. Great. Whack my head against that thing nearly. We've been here before. A bunch of the level changes as a result. Yeah, let's see here. Arrows pointing everywhere. I guess this is where we were trying to come up earlier, yeah? That's correct. Once again, we have to figure out how to change the on-off state again to get back in, unless, of course, that was just something controlled by how we spawned in earlier. Now, we've been above this area here before. We were on our way down. And this is a bit of a fire flower gate, but we'll see what we can do. P-switch, okay. P-switch, you can see that there are one-way panels that are underneath each of these yellow blocks. P-switch also gets you up here, alright. Star gets you across here, but we didn't need that because we already activated this. Let me just check one thing here, in fact. Well, we have multiple P-switches. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this was just the initial entryway. We can't really escort a bomb here unless we block it strategically with the P-switch. I might want to check some pipes. So it's best if I get a fire flower, in fact. I believe we could actually have switched back to the fire flower at the beginning, but let me just check this pipe. Blue pipe is designated a bit differently from the green ones. And P-switch is going to be useful here. It stops the conveyor, stops the thwomps. Looks like it is what we need. I don't even know what comes out of this, but we're not going to find out. Oh, nope, bad idea. Yeah, I wanted to actually hit that block just to see what's going on here. Okay, there we go. Okay. Luckily the cape behaves the way it does. And Buzzy Shells, okay. Some of this stuff is going to get crushed, I'm sure, but whoops, okay, I lost it. And Fire Flower, excellent. Can't whip through here without the cape, but we could have actually grabbed a shell, hang on. Nope, too late. If we go back to the left, we can grab a shell. The shell can get me through the blocks to the right. Let's do it. Except, no, they're flying buzzies. I can't actually stomp them. So I don't think I can actually do anything there. Okay, never mind then. We can, however, do this. And, oh, should have activated this first. That's okay. That on-off setup is designed to prevent key locking. Okay. Whoops. Lost that right away. And lost that right away. Yeah, I guess once we respawn a checkpoint, then we're kind of back in the red on-off state. But of course, if I can get back to red sooner, that would be ideal. Whoops. And we'll see here. 86 seconds. We'll gradually work this out. Sure, let's grab that. Although I actually wanted fire to progress, didn't I? So let's block all this stuff. Whoops. Not bad. Nope, that just takes you back down here. Okay, should have remembered that. We've got a ton of coins, actually. I'm just not going to be able to save them until I find my way over to an on-off activation. But yeah, I can definitely see what you were saying earlier about the level being something actually decently quick to flow through if you do have some idea of where you're going and what the overall structure is. So in spite of the fact that we're going to lose pretty much all the coins at checkpoint, I don't feel like it's a huge setback. We should take a look at this on-off activation, though. Yeah, it's the only on-off activation I've seen so far, I think. So we are going to time out here. And then I'll have to rethink how we're flowing through this. I probably don't want to activate that on-off switch right away then. I want to leave things in the red state for now while I grab all the coins I can, so we can save at checkpoint prior to that activation. Now, in order to do that, I would need to not bomb the blaster here. So I do not step on this, and I treat this basically as a safety coin, if I understand it correctly. Like, we treat this as the safety coin, then we don't activate this until afterwards. There's a section explaining that in manual. I'm glad I can actually figure it out without the manual, in fact. That it is something that's kind of self-evident once you've seen it, but it's nice that you've documented it anyway, of course. But I'm glad it's something that like you don't absolutely require a manual to understand if you are just paying attention. We probably should open up path 2 to checkpoint now, though, while I have the opportunity. Just to make sure we've bombed it out. It should be possible to use a well-timed bomb to cheese the on-off setup from the outside. You mean getting a bomb within range of the on-off just with a throw or something? I should take a closer look at that, but I have not. Yeah, okay, yes, that's right, because we needed a fire to do this. The bill launcher won't fire since you're on the wrong side. Okay, I see. I'm working from memory, of course, from what that looked like. But, yeah, Fire Flower here. Let's go back. Let's open up everything here. We've spent 100 seconds on this. Next time we'll do it a bit faster, but I do want to kind of get this done in advance. Whoops. Just so if we are under time pressure later, the path back here is clear. And we'll open up this left side as well. And the idea from here is that we'll be able to cycle through checkpoints. I'll be like, hey, we've got fire. Let's go through those ice blocks on the left side that I didn't check last time. Whoops. We have lost fire. Okay. Maybe this will be helpful. Oh, no. Hang on. Bad idea. Did I lock myself? I mean, I guess I could get nuked by the dry bones. I think I actually did lock myself. Huh. That's okay. We're on 1 coin. This can be restarted. So yeah, have to be aware of that. If that's something that you're looking into patching, one way to do it would simply be to open up an extra block just so you can actually dash out of that and crouch if you are tall there and you're stuck. So, not a difficult fix, I don't think. Yeah, we'll grab Mushroom first so we can grab Fire Flower. Only 1 block below. Yeah, Tub and Chub, when we get back to the checkpoint area, we'll take a look at that and see if that's correct. I won't necessarily try it, Tub and Chub, but we'll make sure we look at that. Since, you know, this is hopefully going to be a useful test for those kinds of fixes. Anyway. Yeah, let's reset this one. I don't want to go near it just yet. Okay, blow that up, and then the other one. Then, oh, whoops, total miss. Let's do it again. Yeah, we spent about a minute getting to this point. That's fine. And that opens up, it gives me cape access on the right side. But I want to keep Fire Flower for the time being, just because we can. Okay, let's check this. Yeah, this seems like it could be a fairly easy trap. But go through here. Looks like if you go quickly, you actually would be able to go over here directly without a P-switch. But then that's fine, actually. We should be able to progress. Okay. One thing I don't think I found yet is a spot where I can just spawn as many Fire Flowers as I would like. That is going to be a shell. Let's try to grab that as a helmet. And let's go through here. I will want to take a hit to grab the spike helmet in case that's necessary for progression. So perhaps we will actually take a quick hit here, if I'm able. And then this stuff... Whoops. That's okay, we can get more capes without too much fuss. Alright, let's go. Here. And yeah, being able to kill the blue rings is actually pretty huge. Just in terms of opening up space. But right now the dry bones all over the place are a bit of a nuisance. So let's just make sure we get in through here. Don't know what this thing here is all about. Whoops, lost that. That's okay. It's easy to respawn that on the left side. That's fine. We'll grab it. Oh yeah, red block over there. Don't know what that's all about. But... And then, yeah, let's just melt as much as we can. While we can. Nope, missed. That's okay, we got it back. Yeah, so we had, I think, about 6 coins accounted for previously. And this is pretty much a power-up restock room over here. I wonder what this is on the left side. With a block placed like that, it could be... I mean, it's not going to be a key, because a key would just get you through the key door, but with that kind of placement, I sort of wonder what else it could be. It could be a vine that just projects down low, or it could be a floating item on wings. But let's get out of here. Nope. And P switch over here. Ah, yes, okay, Spiny Hat under the 50 coin. That's what it is. Bad idea. Yeah, Spiny Hat goes under the 50 coin. We know where that is now. This is going to be tricky without the blue blocks. That's okay, damage boost. And we'll grab that. Spiny Hat also gives you the star here. Spiny Hat was up top. If we survive with a Spiny Hat all the way to the left side, we can check that 50 coin pipe, except I would need to respawn into this room. You realized recently they removed the ability to effectively turn yourself into a solid block by ducking into it with a Shelmet. Yeah, it's not quite as defensive. It's still very defensive, but it's not as perfect a hitbox, I think, as in the first game. From what I remember. Speaking of which, Mario Maker 1, I've been saying for several weeks now that I actually want to stream some Mario Maker 1. Because I've had a couple of levels lined up there for some time. I'm still hoping to do it soon. The plans were a little bit delayed because I had to cancel a lot of streams in the past couple of weeks, but for those of you keeping up with the channel, we will be occasionally running some Mario Maker, but not showing up in the Mario Maker 2 category, so do keep an eye out for that if you are following. Because we've got a lot of content planned. I'll basically have to relearn a lot of the mechanics, especially if I'm doing some puzzles. But this is something I've been talking about doing for some time. And we should finally be able to get around to it. Okay. Let's check the 50 coin down below. Let's bop this guy for revenge. Grab the P-switch just in case. And yeah, Tub and Chub, we'll definitely keep an eye out for that. What is this? Just Buzzies, okay. Touch Buzzy, get dizzy. Come on. 90 seconds, we will try to get the save room under that. Ooh, we have a spring here, and a POW. We have a lot to choose from, in fact. Oh, and this is... Okay, power-up room. I probably should have gotten a cape out of that. Just so we could bust through here. Oh, that's okay. We'll just get out some other way. I want to get back to the main area fairly soon, since I'm running low on time here before checkpoint, so... And at checkpoint, I will not be able to keep this stuff with a spiny head anyway, but at least we know where it's located, and it's fairly easy to access. I believe that this pipe here actually gets you out pretty quickly. Also notice that if you had a P-block, you can actually use the... Sorry, if you had a POW block, rather, or a P-block, you can use it to get through doors like that. That would have been helpful. But instead, what we're going to do is run away from this guy and this guy and save 4 coins. So it's going to be 3 more coins plus the safety. I think we've seen most of it at this point. And then we will likely just time out here at recycle checkpoint. So, Tub and Chub, just leave it in the queue. Thanks for letting me know, because I'll just bump you back if we call you in. And I'll leave you in the queue, since you did come in fairly early. Yeah, thanks for letting me know in advance. Sometimes when people kind of go AFK or lurk, I check for the chat list to see if something like that is going on. But if you let me know in advance, I'm pretty accommodating. Let's go Cape. Sure. Right, we have a coin right here. And this allows you to go back up with Cape Flight. We have access to a couple of flowers all over the place. And I think the other area in the subworld was pretty much clear at this point, so let's just get out. Nope, hang on. Losing the cape. But can we still get something done here? Yes, we can, I think. There we go. 1 more coin unaccounted for. And this area here we haven't really checked yet. On this run, anyway. As well as this area up top, which... I don't think I checked it on this series of attempts, because we... pretty much went to the other part of the level right away, or did we? Let's grab the helmet. Oh yeah, we did check it. Okay, never mind. Okay, there we go. We are effectively finished, actually, as long as I get out safely. If this is a fire flower, we'll take it, then bust our way out on the right side. And that's the level, actually. We've got it. So, well, it was kind of nice to find that sort of secret power-up room with the spiny head. It is something that I think is inessential to the level, but it seems like it gives you the tools to find perhaps some speed shortcuts along the way. I forgot to bust this open after checkpoint. We'll do that. We have the fire flower. We can do that whole sequence pretty easily. Lee Retro, welcome. Yeah, that's the thing about speedrunning. You never know what speedrunners are actually going to do to break things wide open. So, you know, they might use it, they might not. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we just need a safety coin, so we will just come through here and hit that bomb. Whoops. Come on. Nope. This P-switch is actually just kind of in the way. We know how to get another P-switch. We don't really need to... but I'm definitely thinking about some of those areas where you can use, for example, the P-switch or the POW block to do a door entry, like with that blue block we saw in the subworld earlier. And yeah, obviously tons of movement options opened up by the cape as well. So... I think the lock with the star would be something worth fixing, though. I think it's actually something that looks like a fairly easy thing to hit. So yeah, I can see how the safety coin mechanism works here now, that you are unable to save after the key death. But then if you time out here... I guess you would have a key death mechanism in the save room, right? Or wait, how would that work? Because you can spawn in either checkpoint, right? If you spawn in the save room checkpoint, maybe you can make something happen in that room. If you spawn at this checkpoint after timeout and after key death, it would reset to the on state, and I think it is still a key death, isn't it? If I understand it correctly, because you wouldn't have some kind of unless you have some kind of entity blocking that allows this coin's removal to automatically spawn you a key at some point, but I don't see anything like that here. I think that if you time out at this point, I mean, you're obviously right by the door. It's not really going to happen to people unless they're really, really tight on time. But it seems like it shouldn't be too much work to use the presence or absence of this coin to trigger an anti-key death mechanism, I think. But you would basically... No, some things would need to be rearranged for that to happen. So you're basically kind of taking it on trust that people will know that that coin's going to be last, and you just pop this right away for the goal. Like, if you time out right here, that's a problem. But it should hopefully not happen. Since you don't have any kind of post-key door segment anyway. Like, it should be okay. There is that little bit of a risk if somebody actually does, you know, pick up the last coin with 2 seconds left to go. But hopefully they'll know not to do that, and that the design should intuitively lead them to say, okay, we'll just hit the checkpoint flag, timeout, grab the last coin after that. Anyway, thank you for that. You can't activate it from the right, so you have to be outside. You can't resave there, but no, the issue isn't resaving, though. The issue is... if you save at 7 coins on the flag, and then you grab the 8th coin, and then you take a key death due to something like timeout, you would still respawn at a checkpoint in the on state with 0 coins. Like, it would reset you completely, and you would reset at checkpoint because that was your last thing. Like, if you hit the flag, then you activate the on-off, then you grab the last coin, then you take a key death. Like, I think you have to account for that scenario. But the key door is right there, so maybe that's just not an issue, you know, if people understand that you should not be grabbing the last coin with 2 seconds on the clock. Like, I think it's okay to expect a player to understand that. But if you're building key mechanisms in Metroid-style levels in the future, that would be something to keep an eye on. Because I'm pretty sure the scenario I'm describing does lead to a full reset. Let me think about that. Resets to state in the coin count. No, because if you take the last coin and you die with a key, you will respawn at a checkpoint with no coins. You can try it. I'm fairly certain that's the case. Because that's the thing that most key death mechanisms are designed to get you around, right? Like, the idea that you can actually lose the key and lose all coins, in spite of the fact that you saved a checkpoint at like 7 coins. I'm pretty sure. I hope I'm not confused. But I'm pretty sure that's the case. Like I said, it's not an issue so much when the key door is literally right there. But for future reference, you want to make sure you know 100% how that rule works. Anyway, thank you so much for the submission, Jerp, and thank you to the patience of everybody waiting in queue. Let's get into sub next right away. And yeah, there we go. Tub and Chub said, oh yeah, Tub and Chub asked to be held back to later, so let's do another sub next. Because Tub and Chub asked to be bumped. Zigzy, if you're here, you will be next. And then we'll call a next after this. If Zigzy is at all here. Just going to give Zigzy a moment to check in. I do see Zigzy in the lurk list as well, so... if Zigzy is also not checking in, the next one will be Melon Rind or Gilmore, who will be called up with sub next. And then, like I said, we'll get back to next after that. So let me just reorder this. I think the subnext command is going to give me Tub and Chub, and then we'll pull up Gilmore. Okay, Melon Rind, or Gilmore, please check in. And we'll do yours next. Those are, I believe, the only subs in queue. Yeah, okay, great, you're here. Alright, let's do the Mad Lad's Mausoleum. Mad Lad is mad that he can't see his forehead. 1 checkpoint, 3%. Let's see how it goes. Very new upload from today. We will have to jump this and take the spike ball over. Okay, I see. I blew this already. Let's start over. Oily Olive, I'll just need to pause for a moment to read that. You had breakable blocks, but you replaced them with red blocks due to breakable not resetting with the reset pipe. Oily Olive, is this something that can be solved with the question blocks or other blocks that are holding a vine? Like, are you able to spawn vines without breaking anything in the level? Because that's precisely the scenario where vine blocks would be what you want. No, let's pay attention here. Yeah, it's hard to tell all of which constraints you're working with here, depending on how your level is structured, but let's see what we can do here. But you don't have room for some stuff, okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell what to do without actually seeing the scenario itself, but... yeah, that's going to always break with the spike ball going back. I think we actually just continue riding the spike ball, perhaps. If there's anything that is going to bounce against on the way over. But then... yeah, because the spike ball is going to bounce back. Good. So I just needed to pay attention to what the icicle was dropping. The icicle was going to drop the trampoline stack that would allow me to ride the spike ball back and forth. Pretty clear. In general, I should stay low just for the sake of keeping the jump timing going, but when we bounce back, I should do a high jump just to reposition. And yeah, if you can post something like a screenshot or a test code in a Discord, that we can help you a little more specifically. Okay. Okay, there we go. Whoops, not enough height there. Also notice that the second ball is going to drop from up top off the claw once we go underneath it. And so you're going to have the 2 spike balls together there. I don't know if they're going to stay alive, depending on how the drop is going to happen. And it seems like the drop of the spike ball off the claw is going to be something sort of slightly player dependent, depending on whether you... oh, we didn't drop the icicle. That's curious. I guess I was supposed to go higher on the camera. But I was within range of the icicle, so let's see what happened there. That was odd that I was out of icicle range. I didn't even see what happened there, so I can't even diagnose that accurately, but... Okay, no, that's going to drop just fine and drop past you. You just need to not activate that spike ball too early, I think. Yeah, and then mushroom and then damage boost over to the red pipe. I just read that a bit too slowly. The mushroom is visible with plenty of lead time. I just didn't react to it very well. Yeah, so we were too low in the camera, and the icicle didn't activate, so we do need to pull up a little bit higher there. That might be something that even a coin would fix, just to tug the camera up, or some reason to just make sure the camera scrolls up high enough. But as we saw with the Choo Choo level that we opened with earlier today with the bomb in that level, that sometimes like scrolling things in with the vertical camera can be a very easy thing to overlook. Like when you just expect the player to move in a certain way without necessarily taking a short bounce. Whoops. Yeah, jump got thrown off a little bit there. The fish bones seems like it's kind of a cheese check if you go back through the pipe on the other side, I would assume. Or, like, basically just an emergency power-up check in some other way. That's okay. That's what a playtest is supposed to fix. These little camera things here and there. Just from, you know, players like myself having slightly different habits when it comes to positioning. Yeah, the invincibility frames here kind of briefly threw off my jump, but we're going to hit checkpoint without too much trouble. And it's going to be another damage boost going to this side and then over. Oh, whoops. Should have seen that coming. That was pretty obvious. Oh, you thought the fishbone looked funny. Yeah, that's okay. I was just trying to guess what was going on there. The fishbone does look pretty funny, so... Jerp, I need to pause to read that completely. Collect 7 coins, hit the checkpoint, collect coin 8, and a key, and then die. Yes, it should cause all of the coins to refresh. Like, it should actually reset you to the on state at the checkpoint flag with 0 coins. That is what I would predict. There are a lot of things like puzzles as well as key death mechanisms, as well as trolls that take advantage of that property. Okay, we need to hit the block sooner so the mushroom gets down in time. And yeah, thank you for sharing the issue you're talking about in the Discord. Olive, we will look at that after the stream. Okay, let's remember to hit before everything goes off screen here. I was not really paying attention to the level. Let's get back into this. There we go. Much better. That's the right timing. Plenty of time to get over to Muncher. Over here. And then a skewer. We need a bit more momentum than that, I think. I probably need to go left and right before everything gets punched out. Actually, no, some things are going to get punched out regardless. He's going to punch out a block underneath the Muncher. And then let's see what happens. Because I need rightward momentum, don't I? No, I actually need to put the Muncher on top. I need to put the spring on top of the Muncher in the center. That's what it is. That's actually fairly obvious in retrospect. And so the thing that the skewer is doing is lowering the Muncher, and so that's how it's adding a bit of time pressure. There we go. That's high enough before everything comes over. I didn't see that I was about to grab that, but the snake block is going to push the POWs. The POWs are going to push the spike ball, and then you have something to jump on. So what's going on with the spiny shell? We're about to find out. And yeah, like I said, Jerp, given the structure of your level, you can probably get away with that. It's just that if you're making other Metroidvania stuff in the future with key checks, you have to be really, really careful with that particular key logic. Okay. Here we go. Wait. Yeah, so I guess I drop the spiny shell and spin jump on it to stall. Or maybe the spiny is supposed to wake up and then give me something slow that I can spin jump on top? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would wake up in time, though. I think I just need to drop it, and then... Here's Toadette just kind of... holding the spiny shell like a pizza delivery box or something and wondering what on earth she's supposed to do with it. Yeah, no, it's going to be spin jump on top of that. I don't know if everything is going to happen quickly enough to get the spike ball down as quickly as I need, though. Because it looks like shell drop, spin jump, and then what? Like, I didn't think that the snake block push would happen quickly enough for that, but we'll, of course, just do it and see how it's going to go before we assume anything. And yeah, Jerp, it's not a soft lock issue, it's mostly just a progress reset issue. Like if... can we actually get up high enough? Yes, because if we get the shell down... maybe I'm supposed to get up on that spike ball while it's still being pushed up top. Let's get back to that and see. Yeah, Jerp, basically you don't want a scenario where somebody has worked to get all 7 of the main coins in the level and then loses them all at the end, right? But like I said, the key door is close enough that at that point they should understand the structure of the level, and it's not a huge problem there, but it's exactly the kind of oversight that would break a lot of similar designs, though, for sure. Oh, no, on-off switch. Okay, on-off switch, and then I could just continue jumping, yeah. It took me forever to actually read the on-off switch on the right side, because I was looking at the right and I was just seeing the snake block the whole time, looping around, and I just wasn't even thinking about that. No, this is easy. You fire the spiny shell at the right side, and that allows you to continue. Yeah, you fire it and then you spin jump to kind of continue to the left, I guess. Let's hit the block earlier. Yeah, Jerp, one thing to look into for future designs that have a potential key locking issue or have some kind of finale segment is you would want to look into how anti-key death mechanisms work. Like, anti-key death mechanisms are where you take advantage of the fact that a pink coin, when it is present, takes up a spot in the entity limit, and then you kind of manipulate that in such a way that you have a check for when the player has collected the key and has reset back to 0 coins. And if you reset back to 0 coins, then the design uses the entity limit to basically give a free key to the player past the checkpoint. It's a little bit difficult to describe, but if I show you levels that do that, it'll become really clear. We have a couple of people here in the stream and in the chat, in fact, who really understand those mechanisms very well, so a lot of people here can offer advice on that. But that's usually for designs where you have a major segment after the key itself, where you're kind of expected to potentially have a death or a timeout after getting through to Keydor. That wasn't the case for your level since the Keydor was just the end. But for levels where there's some kind of final boss, for instance, after the coin collection, that would be something that you would absolutely want to try out. But yeah, I mean, checkpoint logic in general is pretty convoluted in this game. It's just a result of how checkpoints were patched in as a bit of a late addition in the original Mario Maker. I want to stay up in the air as long as possible here with some high jumps, because then I stay in the air long enough for its spike ball to come down, which I'm not doing right now. Let's go down. Does the snake block trigger anything once it destroys? Sorry, I'm not quite a follow that question right now. We need to spin jump. So, Jerp, the thing about updates in Super Mario Maker is that they actually generally do not break things retroactively unless they are actually really, really glitchy behavior, like, you know, teleports and such. But when it comes to changing the game mechanics, the game actually detects the version for which a certain level was updated. So when things were changed, like, you know, the loading rules and icicles, for instance, which were patched in pretty early in the history of the game, older levels that were uploaded with the old mechanics still work. Like, there actually is a version check that ensures that old levels remain completable. Even if Nintendo continues to patch this game for bugs, which has not happened in a long time, and might not happen anytime soon. I still need to stall much, much longer there. Figure out a good timing here, just to stay alive. Next GM, welcome. And Jerp, yes, they do have rule set versioning. That's exactly what they have. There have been very few things in the past that were actually retroactively patched out for older levels. Almost nothing, in fact. Like, okay, so I want to delay the shell firing for as long as possible. I'm actually firing it too early right now. I want to do it with a snake block almost out of room for me to move. Because right now I'm doing everything too soon in that little area. Okay, I just failed the spin jump there. That was correct. I just didn't land very well on that platform. I needed to land a little further on the right there, so I could get off with a spin jump right away. That's just a small timing fix on my part. Should be fairly simple. Yeah, stall. And then aim for the block. As you can see, in that particular timing, the shell will be directly over the P block. And so, aiming for the P block is going to do just fine. But there are a couple of places in this level where you do need to understand that you do need to stall a bit and maintain airtime just to get everything to happen where you want. There we go, there we go. I had too much of a bounce there, though. I need a shorter bounce so I can cut my momentum going back to the left. Yeah, the thing about entity limit stuff, Jerp, is that so many levels are utterly dependent on that at this point that I would be really surprised if the behavior ever changes. You have to remember that entity limit behavior and checkpoint behavior have been the way they are since Mario Maker 1. And it was something that they basically deliberately kept in terms of how, you know, the limit manipulation is handled. Like, some of the objects are kind of differently classed now, but the fundamental logic behind both entity limits and checkpoints has been in place since the relevant mechanics were patched into the first game. This is a really cool elevator segment. I was so impressed with it that I stalled at the bottom and died to the lava. That was a very cool drop, actually. And it shows you that the next big task ahead of us is to climb back up. I love how the elevator kind of slows down for you at the end, and so you just kind of catch up to its momentum. That was very, very neat. Distractingly neat, in fact. Yeah, look at this thing here, with the fish bones following you too. That's fantastic. For those of you who haven't seen Gilmore's levels before, a lot of them have this very nice verticality to them. It's something we've talked about on stream very much before. It kind of reminds me of DKC2 almost. A lot of these levels. That's... Gilmore's levels in particular really benefited from vertical subworlds being added in Maker 2. Because you have these really nice open-seeming platforming layouts that have tons of headroom. It's odd how well this timing works out with the lava, too. That the lava would be something that has like a consistent global timing throughout this zone, and so in order to make this work, like the timing of everything you're doing in this level up to that point has to be absolutely consistent in terms of what the player is able to achieve. I should have just slid under Boom Boom. I can't actually do anything with him there. Got that money. Happy New Year to you too. Good to see you back. Yeah, so, okay, watch this carefully. Notice how as soon as you load into this zone, the timing of everything here is controlled completely by the level because of the way the spike balls spawn in. That means that the lava is tuned in such a way that it has a certain starting position that is going to be 100% consistent in terms of how quickly you can get to the bottom. Like, maybe you can do certain things faster, like getting over with a spring. I don't know if that's something that you can kind of shorten, because of course the faster you go down, the more time you'll buy yourself. But it's really neat. Like, in order for this to work, at checkpoint, the player cannot have any control over how the level is timed, because the player can't be allowed to go too slowly, which is why you have all these time-sensitive segments, like the snake block and the skewer. Because if a player goes too slowly, or is allowed to go too slowly, then the lava at the bottom would outpace the player at the end of that elevator segment. But then everything is kind of perfectly tuned to make it flow organically into the chase that sends you back upwards through the level. That's really, really great. Just very intricately built, actually. That's... yeah, just very, very impressive. Because look at that, everything's going to scroll down. The lava has been loading the whole time with a particular starting timing such that when you get here, lava is at the bottom. Very cool. Okay, and then we slide under Boom Boom to get to the exit. That's going to be fairly flexible. And then we make sure we actually get through the up pipe for the 1-ups and the flag at the very end. Or the axe, I guess. There are 2 different switch triggers depending on how fast you get there, since there is some variability on how fast you get to the bottom. Yeah, because I was thinking the one point at which the player might have some variation is how quickly you can get out of the skewer, because it felt like I was probably doing it maybe 1 cycle too slowly, or that a player could actually have an additional cycle there and have the skewer crash all the way to the hard blocks on the right side. But yeah, very, very well crafted in terms of setting up the whole ascent at the very end after the elevator. Let's mark that as a win. And yeah, I was behind a little bit on the chat. And yeah, Jerp, like I was saying earlier, when you were saying, does Nintendo care or are they cognizant of that? Well, they've seen enough stuff in this game at this point that I think stuff like the entity logic and the checkpoint logic is pretty deliberately kept in. I think it's also an issue of just not finding a better implementation of checkpointing and checkpointing in terms of its interaction with pink coins that wouldn't just be more confusing and more obscure. People were really wondering about this going from Maker 1 to 2, I think, in terms of seeing if the key depth logic would still be the same, since the key depth logic always kind of depends on, something that relies on knowledge outside the game, I guess, in order to really engage with it properly as a player. Like, it always felt kind of hacked into the first game, and I think they just left it as is, partly because there wasn't a better solution to what they already had going. Let's pull up next. The Leech, if you are still here, we will pull you in now. Please check in, and thank you for your patience. And we'll just give you a moment. Okay, the Leech actually checked in via direct message, and that's fine. So we will take that as a yes. Yeah, checkpoint-wise, you're saying they should save the state of all 8 coins at any checkpoint use, and if you had the key when you saved, it would just give you a key. Yeah, the thing is, you can kind of implement that logic manually in a bit of a hacky fashion. I think people have thought about this and wondered, like, what the consequence would be of implementing it the way that you described, because there actually is a complication that comes up with that. It's just a little hard for me to describe, like, right at this moment. Anyway, Run Mario Run. This is an easier version, apparently, for those not super adjusted to high difficulty. Hopefully not too hard. Let's find out. Yeah, that's the issue with pink coins and checkpoints in general in this game, is that, like, no matter what you do, absolutely every solution in the current implementation requires the player to understand how checkpoints work. We need to get into a run a bit more accurately there. I was actually able to outpace it at that point, in spite of making a few mistakes earlier. Whoops. In spite of making many mistakes. So, I might actually want to spin into that, in fact. Or just spin in general. Like, why are we even doing full jumps here? There we go. Okay, that is going to be dependent entirely on the player's scroll timing, which tells me I should just hold right. Okay, I'm slowing down a bit too much with the spin, but at least we're able to keep pace. This should be a spin for sure. This bit here. Probably should jump on top of those blocks, but that's okay. We are able to continue, so. You just hold right through here. I think that should be correct. Yep. Hey, look, elevator boss. Do I want to pee? Yes, I do. Nice way to finish that, actually, especially with the pee on top of the hard block, so you don't make too many mistakes. I was so distracted by the thwomps, I just got trapped behind that one block there. Yeah, as you can see, if you go on top, it's much smoother. Much cleaner, and I've actually completely outpaced the cannonballs at this point. And I left them off screen, so. And Lantis, did I say hello and Happy New Year already? Welcome, Lantis. Now, I don't know if maintaining the P or activating it earlier affects anything in this segment. I don't think it does. Oh, okay, no, we do want to hit the P as late as possible, then. There is a reason to hit the P late. Oily Olive, you're saying that you did something to wreck the scroll lock. Yeah, the thing about the scroll lock is that it's pretty fussy. It's only going to work with the ground tiles and hard blocks, and slope logic can be a bit weird with it too, like in terms of when slopes are going to count as ground. Like there is a particular rule for that, but it's a bit difficult to describe verbally. I mean, slopes generally work, but in the vertical space, not exactly. I like these background touches, by the way, in terms of using the background doodads on top of the ground tiles. You can see that everything here was pretty carefully placed to make everything look pretty nice. Whoops. Let's go the way I did before, going up left. It's a button where you can't explicitly mark tiles as locking the camera. I'm just thinking about the troll potential there. It would be spectacular. The puzzle potential as well, I guess. I think there are too few tiles that do affect the scroll lock. And especially if you're designing something like a Metroidvania-style level, I think you can notice that immediately, that, you know, it would be nice to have something like ice blocks, or something equivalent to ice blocks that interact with fire. Interact with the scroll locking in a way. But the fact that we're limited to hard blocks and ground tiles is actually a bit constricting, since there are only so many things you can do with hard blocks. Whoops. Okay, spawn over here. Hold into that, and hold left. Okay, nearly flubbed that just by running into that one space. One of the deadliest challenges for a Mario player, of course, running right to left. It's amazing how much going right to left can mess up your intuition when it comes to jump spacing. Because there's so many things about Mario physics that just come to you naturally and that you just don't think about. But then you're going right to left and suddenly you're extremely conscious of all that, in a way that causes problems. Almost as deadly as the up pipe, yeah. Going right to left into an up pipe, now that is Kaizo. Yeah, and with doing shell jumps as well. Like, it feels completely different because shell jumps are so dependent on a certain amount of muscle memory as well as pattern perception when it comes to understanding what spacing you need for things to happen. But we'll just hold into that. And as you can see, I didn't have enough of an edge jump coming in from the right side. If I go straight off the edge, that solves itself. And there we go. Oh, whoops. This is actually fairly lenient, this bit here. Whoops, sorry. I was a little distracted by question in chat. Olive, if you move the rest of the level up to... And yeah, Delete, I'm catching up on your message as well. Sorry, it's a little bit difficult for me to see on my end when it's not in the main chat box, but thank you for letting me know that about your level. Olive, you were saying if you move the rest of the level up to where you put the other one at... Yeah, sorry, it's a little difficult for me to kind of address that while I'm playing this one at the same time. But I'll see if I can understand your question. And here we go. But yeah, I see all of that you were talking about just lacking available space for your level. And having to create some extra rows with whatever you had going on. Okay, through the thwomps. And a bit of a close shave there, but we made it. Okay, right off the edge. And, yep, that's fine once we react to the 1-up accurately. Here's a checkpoint. And we'll need to jump a bit more accurately there. I think maybe we might want to get into some spins there, but... I think a spin is still probably fine. I'm just thinking about what would be most consistent in terms of control. And yeah, spins get you right over to Spiny. That's kind of neat right there. I needed a bit to take advantage of the forward momentum there. I slowed down a bit going into that. Yeah, sort of interesting the use of the Spiny here to try to scare you a bit, but if you're spinning going into that already, it's not actually a problem, as long as your spacing is okay. Here I just need to tap repeatedly, quickly enough to make sure everything is properly executed. And yeah, going into this, I didn't know, of course, that I was going to be jumping into another skull platform. I thought that maybe I needed to reuse the same one, which is not the case. You just need to know that you're going to be following the coin trail pretty much immediately, like that. And you do need to stay on the platform a little bit, though, before you continue dashing. Now, as you can see, the 100-second timer here is purely used for musical purposes, since the level is split over the checkpoint. But that works just fine in terms of getting the panic going. And yeah, we just need to tap that a little bit faster. Oh, whoops. Leaving that a bit too late. Okay, out we go. And got that money. Thank you for adding Raccoon's Tail Whip Skip. Hoping to get to that fairly soon. As I was saying much earlier in the stream, for people just joining us, I am trying to move viewer levels towards an earlier time, so right now is about when I usually start the stream. But we've been going for almost 2 hours at this point, and so I'm hoping that we'll maintain this as a bit of a more regular start time going forward, just to accommodate my North American viewers a little bit better. Because things were beginning to run quite late. Yeah, I do need full momentum going into this, it's just that I need to plan that a bit better. In terms of understanding when to jump right off the edge, and yeah, of course, you just hold up into that, or you can get on top of the donut block and just fall into the door. That's probably better, actually, to go towards the donut. Instead of just slamming into the spikes. Yeah, lost too much momentum. I could tell that was going to be a death. Okay, there we go. And yeah, just leaving that a little bit too late still. Standard jumps actually work well here as long as you know that there's going to be the spin at the end. Oh, we actually did slide into that accurately. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I guess you can't really reset that at the door because you need either the skull platform or the donut at the bottom of that door, and that's just not going to happen there, so... And I'm told the original version did have a tight timer of 80 seconds when played without a checkpoint. Yeah, it's... definitely, as the leech is telling me, more of a fast level, but not one that's, you know, kind of trying to be an extra precise or super constricted speedrun or anything. I mean, you do have a little bit of flexibility as the player, but also a bit of time pressure pushing you when it comes to the cannonballs. But it's pretty clear which segments those are in terms of having a little bit of lenience on things like cannonballs chasing you, as well as where you just need to hold right or hold left. Like, it's pretty clearly communicated, I think. And we'll pay attention to what's going on with the skull platform at the very end as we go into the door again, because maybe we could reset it after all. But I didn't get a good look at that. I was just looking at the skull as well as the donut block at the very end if you jump up immediately. I was a little bit lucky that I got into that door safely that time anyway. Move that was made on impulse. So yeah, I will very often close the queue at around 2 hours into the stream, but because we are trying this new early time and some of my regular viewers may not be aware of that yet, we'll leave it a little longer today and just stay open, and hopefully we can get through everything as we typically do. We'll see. Depends on how quickly I can fix some of my issues here. This is a fairly simple segment. We shouldn't be dying quite so much. And yeah, Zigzy, I called you earlier and we didn't get a check-in from you, so Zigzy, we will give you another try later. I left you in a queue since it seemed like you were lurking or AFK. Since you are in the sub-queue today. There we go. Okay, cannons. Checkpoint right there. I was kind of unsure of what was going on momentum-wise, since I did need to let up on a lot of those jumps. But now that I've seen it, I think I understand it well enough to do that cleanly. Art Pop, welcome. Thank you for coffee at midnight. I can always use some coffee at midnight. Kind of tempted to make myself more coffee now, in fact. Whoops. Okay, let's fix this up. This is not a hard segment. I just, didn't read the cannonball segment very well when I got to it. But as long as we suspend ourselves in the air, make sure we have leftward momentum going into the last cannonball, this should not be difficult. I just wasn't sure how much space I would need on the last cannonball on the bottom when I got to it, and so the first time through was just a bit of a scouting run. And now we know. Alright, let's go. Yeah. If I do an edge jump, then maintaining full momentum there should be fine. It's just that sometimes, like, I'm stalling a little bit going into the first skull platform simply because I do have a tendency to leave that jump a little bit too early, I think, after activating the skull. Okay, let's not overshoot that bit there. That's just a matter of repeatedly tapping the button quickly enough. Whoops. Should be able to get through this easily. Whoops. There we go. Green Heroes, welcome. Okay, cannonball segment right here. Too much momentum correction. I should have stayed on course. Yeah. I can let up on going left, but I should never be turning right there. Although I was trying to position myself to the right of the cannonball so I could get enough forward momentum when following them, so I'm probably over-adjusting there. It's probably pretty smooth if you just kind of follow the level's lead. Yeah, overcorrecting. I'm pulling back way too much because if you just hold left, you are going to overshoot the cannons. But then we should be adjusting direction for that. We should be adjusting jump height. And just letting up on the jumps. Oops. And not missing the jumps for that matter. Now let's go. Yeah, once again, just pulling back a little bit too much. I mean, the main issue for me generally is that I tend to undershoot a lot of edge jumps. And because I'm undershooting the edge jumps, it's affecting the way that I'm compensating with my momentum going into some of the jumps off ledges. And so these, you know, fairly easy, simple-looking locations cause me trouble from time to time. Like right here, get some forward momentum, hold up into the door, and go. No, that's just purely an accuracy issue. But I do want as much airtime as I can, though. Otherwise, I will not make it all the way to the left of that segment. And because even with very full jumps earlier, I was finding that the flag was looking slightly out of range. And then we'll have the finale segment after the second checkpoint to deal with after that. Clear rate on this is a little under 1%. That seems pretty in line with expectations, I think, in terms of everything here being fairly approachable. It's just easy to make mistakes given some of the margins. But I can definitely see this being an easier version of some other level that was made before it. Yeah, it lost too much momentum there again. Okay, let's try this again. And yeah, I think I was letting up on some of the full jumps on the cannon part earlier, but that was partly just adjusting for the fact that I was consistently outpacing the cannonballs themselves in terms of... you know, you can't really just hold left into everything there, I don't think. And there is going to be some kind of manual adjustment, by the looks of it. It's just that I do need to land quite a bit more accurately than I've been doing. Okay, there we go. That's a lot more accurate. And then we'll go like this. And that's checkpoint. Okay, so this is basically... Okay, no. I kind of second-guessed myself there with the Skull Coaster, in spite of the fact that the arrows did point out what the intended sequence should be. Yeah, everything here is going to follow a pretty consistent timing in terms of the relative positions of the skulls, just because you are dropping in immediately from the pipe. You don't actually have any flexibility when it comes to when things are activated, so everything will be consistently synchronized. And a little bit of a jump here as it comes back up the diagonal track. It's going to be a spin. Too much of a spin. Yeah, that needs to be kept really, really short. Because... And I do need to leave as late as possible on that one, I think. Still too high. Thank you for tight timers revised from 6x guy 6x. I'm counting accurately. Yeah, you need to leave the skulls as they're going down, not when they're still on the track. That seems pretty clear to me now. Whoops, no. Should have followed the arrows there. And yeah, the more I play with this level, the more clear it is to me that it is actually a Mario Maker 1 level remake. Like, there's a lot of things stylistically that kind of give that away, in spite of the fact that things would be mechanically altered for the sake of this game. There's the axe right there, we can hit that. So, pretty short segment coming out of this checkpoint. We'll get to clear in no time. Okay. Still too high a jump. I do need, once again, the skulls to kind of be on their way back down. At the very end of that track. Need to let them fall off slightly in that spot when usually you'd be concerned about falling through the cracks of the diagonal. We're going to be fine, though. There we go. Even a standard jump is okay, in fact, if you just time things carefully, such that the skull is already going down. What's my favorite addition to Mario Maker 2 over Maker 1? Scroll stop. Pretty clearly scroll stop, actually. Even though we were saying earlier how scroll stop can actually be improved into something more flexible, hopefully, in eventual Maker 3. It is such a massive game changer when it comes to the sort of level design that is possible, as well as the sort of mechanics that can be made to behave more consistently. There's just so much stuff that wouldn't have happened without it. Like, you know, most of how the whole music level toolbox has evolved has become very dependent on scroll stop. Most secret hiding in this game has become highly dependent on that. And yeah, a lot of things that kind of need screen boundaries to just behave in a consistent fashion. Boss fights. All kinds of camera control too, in terms of like locking vertical positions and other camera tricks like that. And XGuyX, Chichiri couldn't beat your tight timers level? Yeah, I mean tight timers with twisters. I'm not sure I would be able to beat that either, but we'll give it a try when we get to it. And wow, we have a really stuffed queue today, in fact, so I'll try to get through this a bit quickly. I will probably have to close fairly soon. For those who are new here, I usually do stay long enough to clear out the whole queue after closing. Because, you know, we'll have some people drop out, we'll have some levels that are shorter, we can usually get through the whole thing. But I understand if people cannot stay that late and do have to drop out before I get to you. But the intention is always to clear out the whole queue if we can. Yeah, once again, should be spinning off there. It's just partly a timing thing, too, with getting out of the diagonal as it's going down, which always feels a little bit too late, and I'll just need to plan that a bit more accurately. And, yeah, I got that money. In terms of the earlier time bringing in more viewers, we'll see if that's actually the case. I mean, I expected it would definitely bring in some people who normally can't stay and normally can't submit. But it also means that the people coming in at my usual time might have a much harder time getting in, just because the queue would be pretty stuffed at that point. Oh, and XGuyX, you were saying no twisters in it, you were responding to your favorite item. Okay, okay, I think I follow. Yeah. I mean, I had to drop a lot of my viewer level streams last month just because of the combination of Christmas, New Year's, and a lot of other schedule disruptions, but we'll hopefully get the queue running pretty regularly once again as we head further into January 2022. And like I was saying earlier, for those who came in later, in the weeks ahead, I'm hoping to actually get back to streaming some Maker 1 content. Because there's a lot of stuff I want to show off in that game that we have not gotten to show off. Let's spin jump out of it, because I need to cover a fair bit of horizontal distance there. It's just that I need to leave at the correct point on that last jump. Well, see if we can make that happen. And yeah, I got that money. I'm glad it helps, even though you're a little far back in the queue currently. I really hope I managed to get to yours before you have to go. And it's good to see you back and active in this game, as always. Still too high. Still too early. In fact, you have to leave that jump really quite late, even with the coin trail illustrating where to go. It's a shorter segment, but the checkpoint placement definitely makes a lot of sense here, given that the margin of error here is tighter than earlier in the level. And yeah, we should be taking more advantage of the coaster momentum for sure. Just to make sure we get the axe. There we go. That's the win. And thank you for that, the leech. And thank you to the patience of everybody waiting. And for the GGs. And yeah, no, I think the difficulty tuning's fine in this one. Like I said, it's pretty obviously a kind of Mario Maker 1 derived level. This one published in late 2019. And that's fine. We normally don't see a lot of those more open, winding layouts anymore in Maker 2. And yeah, I got that money. Totally understandable that a master's program would eat up all your free time. Let's pull up sub next. Tub and Chub did request to be held back earlier. I'm just going to check quickly to see if Tub and Chub is back. But if not, we will move the next sub up, and that's going to be Zigzy, I think. That's going to be second check for Zigzy. Yeah, Tub and Chub did specifically request to hold that spot earlier, so we'll put that back. Zigzy will check for you, and then we'll go back into the next queue, which is going to begin with Ace Dragon after this. Zigzy, this is going to be second check. You did come back briefly just now, so... but Zigzy, if we don't get a check-in, I will bump Zigzy. Okay. And then Tub and Chub will till later. Ace Dragon, if you're still here, you're going to be in now. Ace Dragon did say something not too long ago, but is not listed as online, so we'll check. After that's going to be Monokuma. We've had a couple of dropouts here, actually, since we took our time with a few of these levels, so we'll just go down the list. And just thin things out a little bit. Monokuma I do not see listed. That's okay, we'll just take a moment here to get through who we can. We'll check Alazy and then Nugukaza next. Pardon the bot spam. That's just how it's gonna go. Alazy, looks like you're in the chat, so please check in. For people who are listed as being online, I do give you a second chance in case people are AFK or just had to step out. But without a check-in, we will do Nugukaza next. We'll just rotate accordingly. So let me just check here. And yeah, Nugukaza, I believe you have been correctly entered here. Let's take a look at the Nugs profile with that very recognizable POW in the code. P-Balloon Neutral Surf. lightly tap a direction to a neutral input. I assume you want this one. Let me know if it's going to be something else. We've done some earlier version of the tutorial, I think, so I assume it's the new level that we're requesting. D-pad recommended? Yeah, that's fine. That's what we're doing. Lightly tap a direction into a neutral input. Tiny angle. Let's see how we go. 3-minute record on the current clear. Wait, 1 second. I didn't understand that. Let's watch this. Lightly tap the direction. You get the P-balloon. And then what? You need to... You don't want to drop anything here though, right? So... the idea is that you need something to crush the bomb? And you have to munch her down. Okay, hang on. Let's think about this. This pushes you in. And then... I feel like something is supposed to drop down below, except... no, there's a note block here. It prevents all the blasters from doing anything, so... But we want to activate the on-off switch, don't we? And wouldn't that require... something to be fired towards it? Let's check this pipe, actually. Boost... right. Okay. We are boosting right. And tap up. Plus neutral. Oh, you mean like this? Like with a diagonal? Boost right and tap up with neutral, okay. Like you'd want to get that bounce then. And if you lower everything... Oh, I guess maybe if you have... Hang on. Boost right. Tap up. So we did something correctly there, but we lost a P-balloon. Okay, so you do need to tap everything and then... Okay, I didn't see what the activation was there. Let's... Ah, okay, no, the activation is there to bump the muncher. The muncher then crushes the bomb. So you need to hit every note plug to send the muncher to the right. Okay, I get it. But then you need to surf over and activate all of the blocks while in neutral so you don't get that recoil, right? Like if you boost right and then hold up. Hang on. I am bumping back and forth a little bit much though. But then once the bomb activates, then it destroys the wall on the right side, but then you need a P-balloon in order to punch through the double blocks so you can continue. Because you want like a single tap for the correct angle, right? But then you also need forward momentum for the surf, if I understand it. No, that's not correct. So yeah, you do need to hit everything, but then you need to surf over to the right while you're doing it without all that recoil. Let's do the tutorial segment again, just to understand what we're doing here. Boost right. Plus up, like that, like that. That's how you do it. Except, yeah, it's like a really light tap. And you need to be hugging the ceiling to start, in fact. Yeah, we did get it briefly. But it's a really, really light tap, just to get that slight angle going. That's exactly how you do it. That's exactly how you do it. Okay, and if you do it at that angle, there's no recoil. And so you can align yourself with this first. Nope, that's too much of an angle. Let's do it again. That was almost it, that we had too much of an adjustment there. You hit an angle that cannot be reached via holding a direction, yes. Yeah, it's just a really tiny tap. No. But you've got plenty of opportunity to set it up here. Hang on. It requires you to boost into it first. So why don't I do it like this, just to create some room. Now, doing it in a time-sensitive fashion is a little more difficult. Luckily, the scroll just kind of stops you here. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to bump up against this first. Realign here. And no, but we have the right idea for the first part. Zigzy, I just bumped you out because you didn't check in. Zigzy, the queue is still open if you want to jump in with your sub-privilege. You will actually fairly soon if you do that. But Zigzy, we did just call you. You can get back in the queue. Like, you've got the sub. You won't be too far back. You might even be fairly soon, in fact. And yeah, Olive, good to hear about fixing up most of the stuff you wanted fixed. There we go. Very satisfying to do that. Okay, so we align ourselves on a ceiling here. We hold right. Nope, too much of a crash. That's okay. We've got room to adjust. Nope, too much of a tap. Nintenium, welcome. Thank you for fresh start, 20 seconds. Yeah, I'll likely be closing the queue fairly soon. Otherwise, we will not have an opportunity to get through all that much. But we had a couple of people drop out just now, of course, so it's not as lengthy as it looks. Nope. Too much of a tap. And yeah, no worries, Zigzy. We'll try to keep things running smoothly here. There we go. Now let's see if we can do it twice. I'm glad I get a little bit of startup time here to set this up. Nope, too much of a tap. Has to be extremely light. Nope, too much. Basically have to just nudge the thing. Breathe on the controller. Doing that somewhat consistently. I don't know why I'm failing to do it here. Probably because timing does in fact matter. Too late. On the bump. Really cool idea, of course. Too low. We do need to align ourselves first before we do anything like that. Yeah, Olive, if you want to upload it anyway and let me playtest it in its current form, we can maybe look at what we can do about it. Because I can't see the issue myself right now. But I'm perfectly willing to playtest something that's still in development if you want me to help fix something. That's not good. Let's not do that. You always wanted to force detect without using timer. Yeah, it's tricky enough to set up that I would not want to do this in a very time-sensitive fashion. But look at that. That is really, really neat. And you're just at a slight angle. It's like the minimal angle of rotation that you can get. And because it's facing upwards, you can kind of just continue it too, like without pressing anything and just staying in neutral. Okay, let's do it. I do want to align myself first. Nope, too much, too much. Okay, let's just start over. You think it's possible due to the hexagonal shape of the hitbox? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the recoil rules can be a little bit tricky to understand here, but... oh, I missed. How did I miss? Oh, because I activated the first block, like 4 blocks to the right. Okay. That's what happened. I just went into the angle too late. No. Hang on. That's a line. I don't know if the lineup is necessary, but it seems like it helps. Nope. Sliding along the corners like clipping on blocks, yeah. Yeah, because the game certainly thinks you're heading in a perpendicular direction. There we go. Very satisfying. Okay. Nope, too much. Very obvious when it is too much. We actually might want to go down lower a little bit here, so we don't crash. Nope. Yeah, you pretty much want to tap up into the question blocks, I think. And that would be the spacing you need. There we go. Yeah, you tap very lightly into the question blocks, and that sets the angle. Nope, still too much. Still getting the recoil into that. I don't know, I'm getting it more and more consistently on the first one. I don't know why the second one is going so poorly. Nope, too much. Okay, let's do this again. That's a yay. Look at all these D-pad crosses all over the level and those hard blocks. Nope, still too much. Requires tons of finesse. Very satisfying when you do pull it off, though. Like, look at this. This is going fine. I don't understand why the second one is causing so much trouble. Also, I missed the first one. Okay. Let's get as much of a dash as we can. There we are. Very nice muncher setup, too. Like, once you understand what it's doing. Nope. I think I'm actually turning towards it maybe too early. But it's also too hard to tap. But yeah, it's really nice to get into this without time pressure. You know, just setting this up pretty gently. And let's see. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with the second one, though. I'm doing literally the same thing. Maybe it's because I have less of a boost distance going into it. I don't know. Yeah, but I'm glad the tutorial segment actually does work to explain this in a way that I could understand. I mean, you throw everything you can at this, like with the text and the tutorial and everything, to try to make it comprehensible. Bad timing anyway, so that was too much of a bump. Can sometimes cause a small bounce at the start, yeah. Yeah, that's too much once again. Okay, let's try it. Nope. And Ganyo is sending me a DGR tagged level. Thank you for that. We'll hopefully get to you. It's a little far back at this point, but we'll try to do it. Not quite. Still too much recoil. Nope, too much of a bump. You have to pretty much just brush the D-pad with this. Like, I didn't know that you could actually make a P-balloon turn that was that subtle. Because when are you ever going to do it, right? Anyway, I missed something. Yeah, the first drop was not well aimed. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was too low and I missed a second blaster that time. Hang on, let's try to align myself again. There are actually two of these minor angles. Interesting. The things you learn when you actually play with some precision. That was correct that time. I just had wrong timing, but the angle was fine for once. Nope, too much. Okay, let's realign. Too much. I can kind of tell in advance now when I'm over-tapping into it. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, you have to pretty much barely brush the controller. The sharper one of the two angles shows more bouncing when activating blocks. Okay. May have hit something like that. Yeah, I'm just trying to test the angle here. Just so we can try to tap this a little more consistently. No. We were doing just fine earlier. Now I'm definitely overcorrecting for something. Kind of need to get into the boost first, though, don't you? Hang on. Yeah, whatever it is we had, we seem to have lost. It's gonna be a very subtle angle. And at this point, it's mostly just a consistency check, just to... Okay, there we go. Barely brushed it, but that's how it has to go. Finally, got it. Except now we have to just hit the on-off switch, and then what happens? Okay. And that's going to be downwards. Except... No, this is not time sensitive. I just need to go down, because this would hit something that would affect the wiggler down below. And then would activate a switch that would be under the note block on the bottom right, and that would blow open the next exit. Okay. So now we know that we need to do the same angle downwards on the third run. There we are. Nope. I was trying to back out of that as well, and it was not going to happen. Hang on, let's redo this slightly. Okay. Right again. Nope, too much. Because we knew well in advance it was too much. A close call. We made it. Okay, the scroll is going to stop, so let's not panic here. Nope. Surf. I can see why it's described as a surf. And we have a checkpoint here, hopefully, once again, not time sensitive. This will be interesting. I guess the stumps would take everything out. Okay. Hey, look, we're actually going to reach a checkpoint. And RVamp and Quality Humor, welcome. I will definitely be closing the queue after this level. If not even sooner. Okay, so this one, the activations should happen in such a way that I should just be able to surf forward and everything will sort itself out. Very nice. Boss time. And yeah, you bounce back and forth with that. And then what? I would need to bump these guys, right? To lower this gate and then lower this gate. Well, okay. That's a boss fight. I'm going to need to do the whole circuit too, aren't I? No, I just need to... Yeah, no, because it'll activate the on-off switches on the other side and then the POWs, but then I don't need to do it in one go. I can probably do it... Whoops. You know, sort of one row or one column at a time, and I think that should still work. Like, you don't need to do it in one pass. Okay, 4 keys. Lower this thing. Nope. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty specific entry timing. And yeah, look at the on-off blocks just pushing me forward the whole time. Very satisfying to do that. Totally optional, but still fun. Nope. It's too much slowdown when I hit the first block. That tells me that I was overcorrecting. Hang on. Let's redo this. Okay. let's wait here. Nope. Once again, too much recoil. I guess that segment just serves as a reminder of how this works. But it's going to be a pretty specific timing window here in terms of surviving all this. And being able to set up accurately into the next part after that. Okay, no, we've got a bit of a safety zone here. That's great. Because I can reposition along here. And that was almost correct. We needed to hit everything, but we do have a safety zone in the corner, and that's a very important thing to know. A lazy, I have not really been at this for that long. A lazy, I think I... Yeah, no, I just bumped you back one spot, I think. I've not been on this one very long. It's been one of the shorter levels today, actually, I think. Whoops. Hang on. Let's get back into this. I was doing this just fine just now. So let's set up boost. There we go. That's how to do it. No second chances in the boss segment, though. Yeah, no worries, Lazy. I saw that you were still kind of AFK or lurking, so I didn't completely take you out of the queue. I just bumped you back one spot, I think. So, we're fairly lenient about that. If it looks like people are still hanging around. So we'll try to get you played soon. Nope. Not much of an escape if you don't manage to keep momentum, of course. The point of hitting the blocks is, in the boss segment, because you need to do that in multiple phases, you lower the blasters, and then there's going to be a Piranha Plant segment. And, the middle set of blocks, though, that I'm about to show is optional, though. Like, this part you need to get through. But let me just try to set this up again. But then these blocks coming up right here look totally optional, I think. They're just kind of a boss gate for fun. We did activate all of them earlier. But once again, just for fun. Nope. But yeah, you lower all the blasters, and then you hit all the on-off switches, and then there's something up top that I haven't seen, followed by the POWs, and then it gives you 4 keys at the end, apparently, if you activate everything accurately on all 4 sides. Alright, let's set this up again. Very cool mechanic. Yeah, so as you can see, you can just slap all of that, and all it does is fart at your general direction. Nope, too much. Something to do while you set up the Fire Sun boss, yeah. Because, looks like you've got a... well, you need a bit of a buffer just to get the tracks to stack everything properly. Okay. And a low budget thing to do, too, because you're just using question blocks for that. Alright, let's try to do this properly this time. Nope, too much. and we are through. And yeah, Alazy, no worries. I will pull you up if I do call you then. But you'll be either next or second to next anyway, depending on the sub call, so... You'll be soon, and we'll probably just get started on yours anyway, since you've told me in advance that you're still here. It might take me a little bit to get through this anyway, given that we do need to hit 4 rows, and I've only gotten through 1. So... We'll just try to clear this in the time being. And, there we go, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. Wouldn't want to speed through this, of course. Nope. And the thing is, if you do get bounced, it slows you down by enough that you don't really have a chance to recover. Like, you can't really just escape out of that if you start missing. Because too sharp in an angle, it will detect it as a collision. And you'll have to recoil. Oh. Yeah, this is such an extremely specific interaction to design a level around. It's actually pretty impressive that you managed to get this much mileage out of it. So do the on-off toggles at the start of this also affect the track setup? Or, I mean, I guess the track setup probably wouldn't be until you're at the pig block segment, right? But not really clear to me since I can't see what's off screen. Quality humor, this is obviously made by a balloon specialist. Very obviously so, in fact. But yeah, actually a very accessible difficulty next to a lot of Nugukaza's other P-Balloon levels. Astonishingly, like, considering how much I'm dying to this one, it is actually one of the easier ones, because you know, I'm not very consistent at executing the mechanic, but it's a very easy one to understand, and you're not doing it under really serious time pressure. Like, you've got lots of opportunities to retry things. Yeah, just 9 well-timed tap, that's the whole level. Maybe 10 if you count this optional one here. Okay. Don't think I need this question block here. That's fine, we'll just reposition. Did we hit all 3? Yes, we did. We got a key. Okay, great. Oh, no. Okay, okay. The only thing to hit here is in the center. And you do not get another P-Balloon, but I assume there's a P-Balloon check at the end here, as well as a key door check, because that's why you need to hit the POWs, because the POWs will get you the rest of what you need. Quality humor, didn't you make the clock? Oh no, the clock didn't require the balloon, it was just jumping, right? I'm trying to remember, because I may have confused it with like a P-Balloon level that actually does have you going in circles. You hear 2022 is the year of the balloon. I assumed that for Nugu Kaza, every year is the year of the balloon. What animal of the zodiac the balloon is shaped like may change, but it's a balloon animal nevertheless. Whoops. Yeah, no, Quality Humor, I remember now that it is just jumping. But I totally understand what you mean, like baby park balloons. Yeah, the kinship between the P-Balloon and Mario Kart, of course, was something that Nintendo themselves recognized right away. Especially with the boost ability that was original to Maker 2. It's sort of interesting that with the amiibo costumes in the first game, that like right from week 1 of the original game, that you had tons of levels using the Mario Kart costume and going around in multiple laps to try to create a 2D Mario Kart platformer experience. And here in this game, with no amiibo costumes, but with the P-Balloon, there have been levels that are actually kind of much closer to how Mario Kart operates in some ways. From a top-down perspective, I suppose. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that just from the loss of the amiibo costumes, we just don't have the side-scrolling Mario Kart levels as a genre anymore, when they were just all over the place. Yeah, there we go. Nope, no, nope. No room to escape either. You got yelled at by Morpha for making your precision auto-scroll. Okay. Whoops. And yeah, Got That Money is definitely, I think, a huge segment of the game that went out the window with the loss of the amiibo costumes. I think it's a bigger part of the appeal of the first Mario Maker than people generally acknowledge. Like in terms of building levels that are mechanically very simple, but conceptually have a lot of flavor to them. You know, like the whole idea of a story level, kind of 90% of that was gone with the loss of the costumes. Oops, too soon. Yeah, let's do this again. Alright, there we are. Blue Blur, welcome. Blue Blur, you're not exactly too late, but I was just about to close. And I don't know if I can get through that much of the queue at this point. Because we're going to be running really, really late on this stream. For sure. Whoa. Yeah, Blue Blur, you can submit, but we have so many people who have been waiting for very long at this point that I don't know if I'll call you with the sub queue. Simply because some people have been waiting very long at this stage. You wanted Baby Mario or Sonic, but all you got was Animal Crossing. Oh, with the costumes. But yeah, the four key requirement is fairly clear. You do need to hit all the POWs to do that. Great. Now let's do this. Nope, too much. We'll see if we can do this, Nugu Kaza. I have been on for quite a while, but we're so close after learning this mechanic. But then, of course, 4 rows of doing this on the boss fight is a significant chunk of the whole level. We haven't really progressed past the first 2 so far, so I'll have to see how close we get. This has been a really good one, though, for sure. Whoa. Yeah, we're so close. Sunk cost fallacy is rearing its head. No. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, literally the same mechanic we've been doing the whole time, it's just with a very narrow timing window. And of course, I'm not 100% accurate on the tap, so... Did we get that? Yes, we got the central blocks. That's all you need for this one, I think. To uncover Boom Boom at the center. That's one key. Nope, no, nope. Get out, get out. Well, we got a second key off Boom Boom, but that's not going to be enough. Oh, because it's a stack. Okay, okay, I understand it now. And then, yeah, because you need all 4 keys to get past this bit. I just want to scroll up a little bit to see. Yeah, this is locked in, so... Yeah, quality humor, very ironic, of course, that people would break their time limit on the clock level. I guess it's scaled for the lag machine, if you think about in-game seconds. Firebar Pac-Man, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Nope, too much. Getting so close on this, though. So close. You have a 500-second bean burrito speedrun. Okay. Whoops. Wow, first time we died to that. Just very incautious. Okay, let's try it again. That's going a bit better. Now let's just not die to the fire. Let's try to set up enough of an on-ramp here. Okay, let's wait for the next cycle. Nope, missed. Well, 2 out of 4. Starting to get there. On a slightly more consistent basis. as a bit of a warm-up. Nope. Yeah, this whole thing is a test of how delicately you can tap the D-pad. Not very delicately on this run. Okay. Bit of a close shave, but we got it. Nope. Oh, that's okay, we escaped. That's fine, I'll need to redo it though. But if I redo it, I don't need to tap it every time. I can just zip through the other segments. Unless the order matters. I think the order might matter because the on-off switches or not. Yeah, okay, so ordinarily you cannot grab the POW unless you have lost a P-Balloon, so I would assume you can't really cheese it. I would also assume there's a P-Balloon check at the end of the key doors, but I don't know that for sure. Hang on. Need to be so subtle about this. So incredibly subtle. Whoops. Nope. And yeah, how lazy. You are absolutely back in time. We've made progress. But there are definitely still some obstacles. Pretty satisfying to get that, though, even though it's optional. This is a bit of a test every time. Okay, let's get ready. Nope. Come on. You need to be so consistent. Okay. Tap. Tap. Nope. Nope. It was almost a bad entry timing. We'll fix that up. Nope. It's okay. Salvage that. Key number 1. Something's going to dunk on the P. No, 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 no. I had second thoughts about the timing, and that was not quite right. It felt like it was a bit of a late entry, though, so didn't quite go. Come on. Okay, tap this. Next cycle. Yeah, the timing is actually fairly lenient once you get into it. Like, it's not a tight boundary, despite how it looks. Since the P-Balloon moves quickly enough. Basically, the angling is more of a challenge than the timing. even with this thing oscillating left or right. Nope. Too much of a tap once again. I mean, you do see a little bit of improvement with practice. Still not totally consistent with it, of course. But... Electrodude, welcome. Okay, let's try it again. Nope, too soon. So close and yet so far. Here's the practice room. And yeah, Olive, good to know that. We'll hopefully be able to identify the issue, assuming I can stay long enough, as I usually do. But of course, we're trying a few things out with the new start time today, so it's going to be a long stream, I hope. But emergencies do happen sometimes that call me away. Hopefully not. And because I would like to get through as many people as possible today. Nope, too much of a bump. We survived that. Okay, that's fine. Now, is this order dependent? That's okay. We'll try to tap as much as we can so we can just avoid the rest from this point on. Nope, too much of a tap. And yes, Blue Blur, you're connected to the chat just fine. And, thank you for that, Electrodude. And Electrodude, yeah, I know Samuel just had the Super World uploaded. We'll probably do that separately at some point. Ooh, cutting it close. That's okay. Yeah, I'm kind of unlikely to get to that today, Electrodude, but thanks for putting that in. I'm probably going to do it the next time I do a Super World. That gets a pretty high priority, so... Okay. Scrape this thing. Wow, finally got it, and... Did we actually pick up enough keys by cheesing it, or not? I actually did pick up enough keys by firing both POWs, I think. But I believe there will be... No, we were missing one key. And... I don't know what the P-switch was all about. Okay, that's fine. We'll have to die on this one. Yeah, so I finally got the angle right on the third pass, but the timing was wrong. And because I was thinking, okay, I took damage, let's just slap as many POWs as I can and see if we can do something. But no, you clearly do need to hit every POW, and like I said, I expect a P-balloon check at the end. Don't know what the P-switch... the P-switch was just what responded to dropping something off the blocks at the top, so... But I don't think the P-switch timer matters, as far as I can tell. Oh, wow. Yeah, the top yields 2 keys. Okay. Yep. And the POWs will all need to be activated after that. Hang on. Let's not get squashed here. That was not a good sign, given how badly I was doing that. No, too soon. Huh, that rarely happens. You put in indicators for the timing, but they're not obvious. Oops, surfed a little too early in that. There we go. No, no, no. Too much. And yeah, like I said, I will try to get through as many people as I can after this. It is unlikely I will spend as long on any other levels. Usually what happens is, you know, we'll have one that I spend way too much time on, and then other things I may not be able to complete. But that's just what happens. Nope. Was hoping to duck out of that, but that was not going to happen. Okay. No, too much. Tricky, tricky. Yeah, if you actually can tap correctly close to 100% of the time, this is significantly easier. But I'm not very consistent on this input, so... Yeah, I got that money. Hope I can get to you soon. I know some of these levels have taken a lot longer than expected, and we'll see if there are any dropouts before you as well. No, 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 no. I'm just dead here. Okay. And we'll see Nugu Kaza, because I have been on this for upwards of an hour at this point, I think. So, let's see what happens. Nope. Bad angle. Okay. Now for the POWs. Can we do it? Can we do it? Nope, we can't. That was a joke. Best attempt yet, though. Best attempt. Almost felt like I missed that, but we got it. Next cycle. Nope. That's okay. We'll go around and we'll do it again later. Nope, it's too soon. And yeah, Blue Blur, hopefully you got your connection issues sorted out. Too soon. Too soon. We had this earlier. We had it. Hang on. Okay, close, but we got it. Nope, too much. You have to be so careful. Okay, let's try it. I didn't like the timing at all when I got into that. What? Not quite. Too much of a tap there. Too much recoil all over. Not a good sign. Nope. Feels like an eternity ago that we actually learned this mechanic at this point. Whoa. Hang on. It's almost like a precision level that doesn't look like a precision level. Just in terms of how subtle the input has to be. But... Nope, no. Get out. Actually too much lead time there, I think. Nope. Yeah, for something that conceptually is so simple, this is actually really challenging to execute. It's very simple what to do. The execution has to be perfect. Nope. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, that's pretty familiar at this point. No, too soon. Far too soon. Don't know why I jumped the gun on that one. We had plenty of time to back out. Yeah, pretty satisfying to get that, though. That whole double row there. feel the bump right away there. Was going to be a dead attempt, so was that one. No. As you just know, it's not going to happen. Unfortunately, when you're in the other corners, much harder to back out into a further attempt if you do mess up. Just because of the lack of this leading space going in. No, just too close. And yeah, the last POW I guess didn't make an impact. So, only 3 keys once again. With Boom Boom at the center still alive. Well, that matched best attempt. Actually, no, not quite, because the best attempt I did make it to the final corner unscathed. So that was close to the best attempt, it's just that the timing on the top segment was not quite right. Nope. Too far, couldn't back out. Okay, let's wait for this one. Nope, too much of an angle once again. No. Okay, 3 out of 4. I think it's a really minor adjustment to do it, but that's the thing about a level like this, is that it has felt so close the whole time. We've been very, very close to getting it. No. Let's warm this up. I wonder if it's easier with the Joy-Con D buttons, actually, instead of the chunky D-pad that I have on the Super Nintendo controller. I'm not going to switch at this stage, of course, but I kind of wonder if it's easier to do a minimal input with the Joy-Cons. Just because of how shallow the buttons are. Okay, let's wait. Yeah, this actually is a lot harder than it looks. Considering that, you know, we understand everything we need to know to beat this. Nope. Okay, let's try it again. When you do get it, though, it's sort of instantly responsive. Like, you understand right away that you've got it correct. And it's very satisfying to do that. Next cycle. Let's not rush it. No, let's not rush it. Let's not rush it. Come on. I saw some space. Yeah, it's that wiggling from left to right on the tracks, too, that really throws me off a bit. Okay, there we go. Hopefully the P-switch expiry doesn't matter. Yeah, Lazy, we've had significantly longer grinds than this one. Significantly longer. No, I'm able to do it because it feels approachable and also because I am not under a lot of pressure, really. But that's why I play marathon levels a lot, is that I don't mind repeating things that are about consistency. Anyway, let's watch the timing here very carefully. Not carefully enough. Come on. Yeah, no, I just kind of choked in terms of direction. I wasn't really even thinking in the correct direction there in terms of tapping right. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is the first downward segment of the entire level so far. Like, downward and 2 to right, so... It does shake up the intuitions a little bit. Whoops. And yeah, I got that money. It's going to be exclamation leave, actually, but sorry we couldn't get to you. Hopefully we can get you in a bit earlier next time. I also didn't expect this level to be this much of a roadblock, so... But yeah, hopefully this new start time is going to work out a little more consistently, and we can get more levels in from people who normally can't stay. Nope. You're fading? Yeah, yeah. It's best if you don't fade. But anyway, looking forward to it when we do get around to it. Oh. Yeah, normally I'd bump a level like this to an overflow stream, but because we have a lot of other plans in the near future, I don't know how soon that will be, so... We're close enough that I'd rather make a serious run at it. But I am beginning to kind of push it with this level, I think. Just because we've bumped so much of the queue at this point. Well, you see, Art Pop... I don't spend this long on every kind of thing, but I think it's easy to remain committed to a level like this because I know fundamentally that I can do it, right? Like, it's totally within my skill set. It's different when something is truly kind of hard in a way that's a little beyond you, and you know that you're just not in a position to fix things anytime soon. But when you know that you can do it, it's different, I think. Like when you know that you just need one run to come in. Just right. Tub and Chub, welcome back. Tub and Chub, I've been on this level forever. I've been on this for well over an hour. So, yeah, you're still around, you're still in the queue, as you requested. So no worries about that, we didn't actually progress very far, just given how long I spent on this. Close shave there, but we got it. No. It also helps that this level is not very input intensive. Like, it doesn't wear you out because there are plenty of places to just kind of stop and rest and time things out accurately. It would be a little different if you're grinding like Shell Kais over an hour and a half or something, where things are a little bit more intense on your fingers. Whoops. Like, I'm not getting tired or strained or anything doing this, which is important. Because that's usually a sign to put the controller down. And yeah, Tub and Chub is conceptually pretty cool. I mean, we get good levels here all the time. Like, I think, as I always tell people, the sort of median quality of viewer levels that I get seems to be way above most other streams. And that's thanks to all of you. Yeah, we'll scrape that. Felt like it was a little late going into that, but it was on time, so... Okay, now let's remember to hold right here to bump this. We'll need to wait for the next cycle. No. Too sharp an angle. Once again. Blue Blur, if you could pick one food that you would have to eat for the rest of your life, it would not be pea balloons, I can tell you that. Also, I think it's easy to kind of cheat that question, because, like, do you consider, you know, elaborate dishes that are made of multiple ingredients or meals that are made of multiple courses to be one food? Or do you have to have, like, one single homogeneous food item? In which case, I'd probably pick, like, I don't know, beef or something, but... But if you're actually permitting, like, complete dishes, it's a bit of a different question, I think, and much more flexible. No. Chicken or shrimp? Yeah, pizzas are fairly flexible. That's why pizzas almost feel like a bit of a cheat of an answer, because, like, you can have so much variety in a way of pizza. Anyway, let's go over here. So, speaking of patience and determination, well, we'll talk about that in just a second, but just shortly before Christmas, I had what was the longest queue in my life for a sandwich, because it was the last day of operation for a particular sandwich shop that I really quite liked, and so, of course, they had a queue of people trying to get in on their last day, and they were also doing a special sandwich on their last day, because they did, like, handcrafted sandwiches on a rotating menu with fresh ingredients every day. You know, you'd have some really fine selections. And they put together a special that was like a steak sandwich on baguette on their final day of operation. And so there was a queue around the block in the snow for their last day of sandwiches. And it would take you... And this place, you know, they were only taking people in person that day. Like, no remote orders. It took me probably 40 minutes to place the order, and they would also tell you afterwards that the estimated wait is like 40 minutes to get the sandwich. And let me tell you, it was worth it. Like, it was actually such a fantastic sandwich. Like, just one of the best sandwiches I've had in my life. And I will probably never wait an hour and a half for a sandwich again, but I'm glad I did it this once and discovered that some things in life reward patience. Okay. It was an amazing sandwich. It wasn't even the original thing I was going to order because, like, they had run out of the lobster, unfortunately, because they sold out of their lobster special really quickly. But yeah, this place took its sandwiches extremely seriously. Come on. No. We're so close. We're so close. No. No. At least here you can tell very early when the bump is going to be wrong. Let's do it. Come on. This does not bode well that I'm like failing every single entry here. Let's... Nope. Tap really, really gently. Unbelievably hard, this thing. Whoa. Timing was wrong. Just gotta get this to go really smoothly. Okay, there we go. That was worth it. Now let's be really careful here. Nope. Too much of a bump. Let's not die to lava. Yeah, the entry point on this corner is so close. And Art Pop, I'm not this patient about everything, I can assure you of that. But let's see here. One time you bought a kilo of hot dog for $1. Yeah, cost efficiency doesn't quite pay off sometimes. A kilo of hot dogs for $1. Wow, that's... I'm just doing some mental calculations in my head here. No, come on. Worst hot dog you had was from Five Guys. Interesting. I've never had their hot dogs. I've only had their signature burgers and fries. Hey, nope. Come on. We've got to fix this up. And yeah, sorry people in queue. I normally don't take this long on anything in viewer levels. But sunk cost fallacy rears its head today, so... On the topic of patience, there is a video now of Megator's Champions Road level. Yeah, I was hoping, Gilmore, that it would get one of the first recordings of it, since the few people who had cleared it in Japan had not done it. But of course, I was only, I think, 3 out of 8 parts into that. And you said you were 6 parts in, I think? And Gilmore, I don't know if you have had a chance to try the new Salt Lake as well, because Salt Lake made that gigantic level that was just released, which I'm hoping to do on stream at some point. That one I also assume is going to be a huge undertaking. Like how Megator's is also going to require multiple streams to get through. No, come on. And sorry, I'll rejoin the hot dog conversation in just a bit. We have to deal with the cheese wheel here first. Doesn't this remind you, actually, of the cheese wheel level in Donkey Kong? Like, if any of you have played Tropical Freeze, you'll remember the cheese wheel. Because the cheese wheel is like one of the great levels in what is already a fantastic game. But this is literally like the cheese wheel level, except it's not side-scrolling in a continuous sense. Oh. Totally blew this. And yeah, you're welcome to post it into Discord. Because I think when I played Megatoro's levels, there were still only 3 clears on it, and they were all from Japanese players. What? I may be getting a little worse at this, though, Nugukaza. I don't know if we can do it. Because I'm beginning to maybe reach my peak with this level. Come on. Let's go. Anyway, back to the cheese wheel. Back to bumping my head before I hit the cheese wheel. Okay, very smooth. Nope. Okay. No, let's not die to the doors. Okay. It's going to reset me through. Excellent. Let's not just hold up into that. Hey, come on, let's not hold up into that. Let's go right. Let's watch the clock as well. Okay, 354 seconds. Let's not die to lava. And gravity 3 1-ups for endless. I keep holding up into the doors. Let's get out of here. The tension as we see how this ending is going to go. Will we do it? Will we do it? GG. Hang on. Oh, it lets you bump these repeatedly. Good. Because, look, we earned our way here. I'm likely never going to see this room again. Let's see if we can actually hit this stuff accurately before we hit the axe. Come on, big finish now. Big finish. Let's do it. Okay, there we go. We did technically hit the blocks, it's just that they were repeatable, so we didn't exhaust them. But at least the first 5 lined up in a very well-matched fashion here. It's not exactly symmetrical. I would have had to go like 6 and 6, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Thank you for the GGs, and especially for the extreme patience of everybody who sat through the past hour and a half of that. And thank you, Nugukaza, for that level. That was really, really great, actually. I mean, very hard at the end, but just a lot of level design to squeeze every last drop out of that mechanic in a way that was still approachable. Oh my goodness. It's going to be Tub and Chubbin and Lazy. Tub and Chub, didn't you say you sent me a puzzle? Let's hopefully not spend too long dying on execution like we did last time around. Also, I need to remember to close the queue. Let's do that too, because this is going to be a really long stream. If I have any intention of getting through the queue the way I usually do. So let's close up. Let's see how far we can get without everybody slowly dropping out. One Screen Puzzler. Very new upload from today. No clears. Let's do it. It is closed. Let me make sure the bot is displaying that accurately. Reached a goal after picking up at least one 1-up mushroom. It's not going to be these guys. What's going on with the bomb at the end here? You need to pick up a 1-up mushroom, and then you would probably need to take something like a spring with you while holding a fire flower. Or perhaps a cape or something, but likely fire flower. Spring or Yoshi or something like that. Anyway. A key door will eventually take you up to the red pipe. Red pipe on the top left is going to be the exit. Spring is available in the bottom corner once you have activated the on-off switches. There's going to be some kind of seesaw logic going on here. You can also get up the top of the screen, except you would need to pass the item check of the fish bones. So in order to get something to the top left, you would need to throw an item to the top left if you want to exit with a spring. You would then need to go around the top, drop into that area, probably. Let's see how it goes. But yeah, here, like, you can go up to... no, you can't go up to center. This is actually just an exit only because it's a one-way panel, so never mind that. Exit only with a fishbone item check. The key there, though, that's interesting. And you saw an American write that the thing that he was most amazed at in Norway was the ease at which you get bacon dogs. Yeah. I haven't been to Norway, but I will keep that in mind if I go, that I should look out for bacon dogs. So what do we need the Muncher for? The Muncher is going to bounce on top of the spring if I release it with the on-off switch. What is the P-switch effect? P-switch affects the P blocks, which means that I can time some kind of object drop on the seesaws, perhaps. But is there a reason why I would not want to have the fire flower yet? We'll need a fire flower at the very end. I don't know if we'll loop back to this area. I think we have to. We have to loop back to this area. And we would need to raise the fire flower regardless. I don't know if I'm sitting on top of anything here. No, I'm not. Okay. We don't want a damage boost, though, so... Hang on. This will be a dead attempt, but I'm just going to flow through it to see what we're dealing with. Can I drop this here? Yeah. And that would raise the flower, but why would we want to do that? Because then you can shell the on-off over here. Am I trapped? I think I'm trapped. And yes, Blue Blur, I certainly like the emotes because, of course, those are the ones on this channel. Tub and Chubby, you said it's hard to judge puzzle difficulty before you see people play them. And yeah, thanks for letting me know. I mean, we've had some pretty sticky puzzles before. Tub and Chub, just so you know, because we spent so long on Nugukaza's level, I may not spend as long on anybody else remaining in the queue today just so we can get through more people, but with puzzles, if I don't finish it, I can continue it on a puzzle day. Because I run those often enough that we actually have a fair bit of unfinished business in those. Did I want to get the flower right away? I don't think so. Let's hold the flower for the time being until I've had a chance to raise it with a seesaw. And Let's see. And yeah, quality humor, as long as it's not a soft lock that really kind of resets your progress. It's a really special skill set in some ways to develop things like one-screen puzzles in ways that are very gracefully resettable. Like, we have a couple of makers here who do that. But it's definitely no small feat. So, in order to get to the on-off switch, notice how... Yeah, if I drop the power there, then I can drop the shell on top of that once I lower the seesaw. However, I think I would need to raise the flower first, but we'll see if that's actually the case. I think I do need to, because otherwise I can't actually soft drop it here. Or yes, I can. Okay. Yeah, we do need a flower. And you'd probably need a flower regardless to damage boost back to the right side, but if you damage boost, then how do I get an additional flower for the bomb activation in the last room? We'll have to think about that. And yeah, Blue Blur, like I said, I've been trying to start at an earlier time, so be advised of that if you do want to get in early in the queue next time, that I've been trying to move my stream time up by about 2 hours. Which is what happened today, and which is why we're also sitting at an unusually long queue at this time. Okay, let's go flower first. Let's go... How second. We'll do this whole thing here to lower everything. We have a P-switch that's available on the left side. I also don't know what fires out of the blaster there. Also, this is going to give me a back and forth... no, it's not, because the shell will die once that's activated. The shell dies, and it drops the blaster down one slot. The blaster still can't fire out. Oh, whoops. Didn't pay attention to the wake up. That's okay, let's just do this. P-switch allows me to do what? It doesn't actually allow me to get across. But now I have the spring. The spring allows me to do something completely different. I have no P-switch on the other side, but I need to carry one with me in order to get a P activation to go the way I want. So let's go back. Oh, one-way panel. Okay, didn't realize that. It traps you there. You generally prioritize making a puzzle with an interesting solution and progression over trying to make it resettable. Yeah, and that's fair. Like, not everything is going to be resettable in a one-screen context. And one-screens get away with not being resettable far more than the other levels do, simply because you're not losing as much progression, generally. I mean, there are definitely one-screen puzzles that are so dense that you do lose a ton of progression, but generally, if it's just a knowledge check rather than a mechanics check, you can still get away with that just fine. In terms of, you know, having the player get back into position really quickly on future attempts. Nope. Yeah, you need to be tall to make it past this one-way panel. And so that's why you need to fire flower, because once you take the damage boost, you need to... I don't know about that, actually. Let's... Also, you don't need to time this P-block here. I wonder... if we had the right approach with a shell, then. Well, let's do it anyway. Yeah, so this is going to be a problem because I will fall in if I am not tall. So, and if I have nothing to step on, I might actually have to drop a power there to do it, and then use the P-switch to weigh down the on-off instead, but we'll see. Okay. Here we go. I may actually... Yeah, you may actually have to drop the POW over there, because if you're in a crouch anyway, you're going to get sandwiched in that location. Maybe. Let's think about this. I do need a P-switch, though, to get back across afterwards, so... Let's drop the POW. Okay, notice that on-off is accessible on this side, but we don't have anything to hit that with. Now, let's see if we can do this with the Fire Flower. Also, yeah, one-way panel is still blocked, pipe is inaccessible. Okay, that's fine, we're tall. I can get out. Now I have access to all 3 items. P-switch will get me through the door. POW and spring. So the question now is, how do we hit the on-off the second time? Maybe I needed to hit the on-off switch manually the first time and just get ejected out the left side, because then we need to use the shell to hit it the second time. Like, the shell has to be the second hit to switch from off back to on, I think. And so I just need to make a minor adjustment here, because otherwise we get into some problems. Also, let's check one thing. Okay. Now, how are we also going to get the key? That's the thing. There's a cloud block underneath here. Maybe we can reach up to that and take damage, but... I jumped too high for that, though. But you can technically reach up there and take 1 point of damage to grab the key if you revert to being small, so... You try to hit at this on the start screen, but 1-up is in the blaster. Okay, I didn't realize that. Now we know. If we go through the pipe eventually and respawn back here, then we may be able to grab a second Fire Flower for the bomb in the next room. Because right now, I can't see a way to progress without losing the Fire Flower in some way. Like, you do need to consume it early and lose it quickly. Now, POW will allow me to weigh myself down, but it will not allow me to hit the on-off switch because I'm too tall. Yeah. But can I up-throw something to let it squash me down? I can perhaps do that with a P-switch. Except up-throw... Well, why don't we stop this for just a moment? I'll take a P-switch and I'm going to throw it on top of myself. Okay. No, that doesn't work. I was hoping to take this to the left. And that just traps me, okay. There's only one Fire Flower in the level and a bomb that needs to be blown up through a one-way at the end. Yeah, no, I do see the gate at the end. But Fire Flower should... Oh, no, okay, power-up logic always throws me off a little bit. Because I'm thinking about this gate here. Whoops. In terms of going back to the right side, which we do need to do. Because unless, like, this corner here to the left of the grinder can actually be exited if you drop an object on the left side of it, but I don't think so. I think we actually do need to pick this up, partly because we need the POW to weigh down to Seesaw as well. Okay, so it looks like if I'm tall, that this first activation here is not going to go. If I didn't grab the fire flower in the first place, though, I could be small going into this. It's just that I need to think about how I would get out back to the right side. I don't see a good solution to that right now. Because let's say I do the same thing I did before. Drop this one slot. And then a POW comes down through the pipe. I think that's going to be important somehow. That we can probably do something using that pipe in terms of this seesaw weight. And okay, let's get through here. Notice how if the fire flower were elevated by a seesaw, that it would have died to the blue blocks over here. That also seems important. So the question is now, do I have a way to hit the shell? I don't see a way to hit the shell without the use of the shell. So I think you go down, you hit it manually, you then lower everything again with the shell, and then we'll see what happens. Let's... Except, fire flower, you would need to bump it out of the way some other way then. You can do that, in fact, because once you elevate the fire flower out of the seesaw, it will stay lodged above something else. Can we go down here? Not enough weight. We'll go down here if we grab the P-switch. Yes, we can. Okay, good. That solves the problem. It does not solve the problem of getting back to the set. Yes, it does. If you activate the on-off switch, that's when you do the thing that I noticed right at the beginning of the level, which is that you can go on top of the level and come back down to the right side. So that's how we save the flower. We don't go through the center here yet. We can use the center to throw an item over, like a P-switch. Like a second P-switch. But we go up top through the ceiling after this. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to use the POW to weigh everything down. And we come down here manually like this. The next thing I'll do is I'm going to be taking a... So I can't take an item with me because of the fishbone check. But we can throw a POW across here, or throw a P across, I guess. Because we'll need a P-switch to cross back over to this side. So you do something like this. Not past one-way panel. And then on my way back, I will be using the shell to hit the on-off switch a second time. Let's get the POW out of the way of the P-switch there. Now, do I need anything else? I can go back, I can grab the spring, I can hit the P-switch, I can bring the spring over to the left side. Oh, I killed the flower. I killed the flower, yeah. Yeah, because I was still on the seesaw. Okay, no, that's the issue I was afraid of earlier. We need to shove the flower out of the way then, that's okay. That's an easy change. We use an item to move the fire flower. Yeah, just what you just said in chat. There's an opening that lets you go above the left side. Yeah, we noticed that at the beginning of this level, and I just forgot about it. But so we have it. And I understand it. Let's get the POW to the left first. Then we use an item push to move the flower off of the blue blocks, so it doesn't die. To the blue blocks. Let's do this. Nope, we need to push it with the POW probably. Go to seesaw, bumping it back. No, wrong way. Hang on. Nope. Yeah, I wanted to shove the flower out of there, but we need to reset the seesaw first before we do anything like that. Let's move the POW. Let's move this guy. Get the P out of the way. And use the POW to shove this over. There we go. Much better. Okay, then we go down here once the P has been released. Then we hit the on-off switch. And then we throw a P switch over. No. I needed it to go further. Let's continue flowing through this anyway, just to see what happens. Because then I would need to go over here. P-switch cannot be activated at this point. Also, yeah, no. This is going to blow up the POW because of the... That's okay, because we can get more POWs off the pipes. Actually, no, it doesn't blow up the POW. POW is fine. It's stuff like the shell, I guess, that would die here. To the fishbones check. So we need to do something about that P. The P should not have landed there in the first place. Also, how did the flower die again? I thought we had preserved it. I guess maybe the flower is still touching this corner or something. Fireflower got pushed back, yeah, because we sat on the seesaw, that's why. We sat on a seesaw and it got pushed back over here. We actually needed to push the flower further. Or push it to the left even. Such that a seesaw raising it would not be an issue. That's okay, we messed up a couple of different things here. But anyway, a P-switch would be activated. Then you go across, you've got the shell that would lower the blaster one more time. After which you would be able to go to... Oh yeah, we still need to figure out the key here. The key here, that can be done with an item throw. The way to do that actually is to use the shell to get the Buzzy to walk across over here, and then you do an up throw with it. Like you do something like dropping a POW in the center, and then you get a Buzzy to walk, and then you up throw into this guy to collect it. You didn't know it was possible to push the flower to the left? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it's not. Yeah, because you can't really stand in a good location to do it. That's true, because of the one-way panel. So it might not be possible. We need to think about repositioning the flower for sure, though. Anyway, seesaw weight. Always going to lead to some interesting puzzle mechanics. No, hang on. Come on, shove this. This actually just repeats the problem we had earlier, unfortunately. Being minutes coming in with a party of 7, let's be sure we acknowledge that. Hang on. Let's give a quick shout out to B Minutes. Coming in from the usual weekend Smash Arena party. Yeah, because the Fireflower gets raised, we can always brace it with something, perhaps. Whoops. Did didn't want to step on that. Let's figure out how to reposition the flower then. And yeah, B-Minutes rated me right after I signed off on a previous stream last week. So, justice has been served. And Happy New Year, by the way. Welcome, Clockwork Jules. We spent an hour and a half on a P-Balloon level just before this one. So, the queue got a little bit clogged up. But that's how things go sometimes. Maybe I do need to have something continue to brace this on the left side, except... Yeah, the thing is, if I hold a P-switch, instead of holding a POW, I can still make it through the other side, right? Like, I don't actually need to POW on the left. Let me see. Like, I shove this. It's still going to raise the Fire Flower to an uncomfortable position. Because let's say I do this again. Let's just try to continue shoving this. See where it goes. Yeah, it goes all the way back up. But if I shove this by blocking it now, I don't know if this will work. Basically need to figure out how to get this guy out of the way. Yeah, I don't think I can actually push it left, unfortunately. Just because of the way the one-way panel is going to block the soft drop, but... Didn't seem like that was the intended solution anyway, so... Come on. Push. Push! Push. Nope. Fire Flower is not going to cooperate. It's just not going to cooperate at all. Okay, fine. Let me think about this. And yeah, Art Pop, we did get the P-Balloon. We did get it. It could have gone a lot worse. I think what we need to do is we actually need to lower the Fire Flower below the seesaw by bracing it like this. Like we take the P-switch. No, that's not enough weight. Take the POW. Seesaw's gonna get back into position there, though. It's still not gonna be enough. Do need both of these here. Yeah, one-way panel prevents... Okay, no, it's the one-way panel that prevents the flower from being moved to the left. Shove. And then can I continue shoving it? That's the thing. Let's... But I think the seesaw is going to raise it again anyway, right? From this position here. Whoops. That's unfortunate. But we'll brace it. The fact that the POW is holding on a seesaw is fine, because we can use that. The only issue is using the POW to brace this spot so we can get the key. I do need the POW, I think. On the left side. So that's going to release the seesaw below the flower. And thank you so much, B-Minutes, for the gift sub. Really appreciate your generosity. And yeah, Art Pop. The food talk does have a way of doing that. So, okay, here's what I'm thinking. If the POW is in this position, I can go to the left and I can just walk over to the on-off switch. The problem is that I want the POW to be in this central position here, Because the idea is that I want to create a platform that will allow the Buzzy Beetle to walk across safely. Unless I'm not supposed to do that at all, and I'm supposed to use something like a... Like, it's not going to walk across the P-switch, though, right? It needs to walk across the POW. But if I brace... no, I need to use the P-switch, so... And we're kind of back to square one with the Fire Flower positioning. The Buzzy, though, can wait for a later pass because of the fact that I need to get the Fire Flower before I get the Buzzy anyway, because the Buzzy is going to hit the on-off switch manually when I go back there the second time. And yeah, okay, yeah, it does walk across either. I had to remember that from some other puzzle I'd done. Whoops, come on. And yes, that's right, big enemies activate the P-switches. And some other collisions like bullet blasters, of course. That counts as big. And that's important to know because we'll need to activate a P-switch on the way back over, but let's think about this. I wonder if I could have continued here, in fact. Whoops. Okay. In that case, let's do this first. We're going to go down, we'll hit the on-off switch, we'll come back out, we'll throw a P-switch across. Yeah, we're not going to use the Buzzy yet. We're going to throw a P-switch all the way across so I can hit it. That's not all the way across, come on. That's okay, let's continue flowing through this just to see what's going on. The idea right now is that I am thinking about using the Buzzy to get the key, and I don't even know what the muncher in this block is for, actually. It might be important. It would seem odd for that to be extraneous. Unless the idea is that I move the muncher out somehow to eventually do something with this. Yeah, the P-switch being stuck in that position, though, does create problems. Unless I have a good way to activate it. Okay, I can't actually get out of this trap, which is important to know, because then maybe the Fire Flower still needs to be moved. Oh, because of the one-way panel. Yeah. Didn't even see the one-way panel there. Yeah, once the blue blocks are up, I can't actually go down to the flower in that position. That's important to know. So we need some other way to get the flower out of there in a way that makes it obtainable. Although, once I activate the on-off switch a second time, maybe something can be done. Or you just push the Fire Flower now and not. Let's push it out now. Let the P-switch do its job. And we'll change out some of these items accordingly. Nope, that's gonna cause problems. Hang on. Maybe drop the POW just on the right side. Let's do that, because that will... No, that will block the seesaw. Hang on. We need to redo this. Slight execution check there. Okay, let's go up here. Let's go down. Oh. Oh, because of the seesaw blocking this, I think. Yeah, the seesaw's blocking it. Okay, so let's not do that. Let's get out somehow. I do want to push the flower out, but I want to push the flower out in a way that stays outside of the seesaw. So supposing we do something like this. Trade. And then push. Nope, that got lodged below again. Yeah. Well, why don't we block this for just a moment? Let's block it here for just a moment. Oh, this is a problem. Okay. Should have picked it up from the side. Yeah, no. I'm not thinking about the flower the right way, I think. So right now I just want to get it out of the way of the blue blocks here. Because we do need to preserve it for a later pass. Otherwise we can't hit the on-off switch down below. So the main reason we're skipping the flower at first is because I want to hit the on-off switch manually. And I can only do that if I'm small. Hang on. Now, we can also just weigh down the seesaw on the right side, perhaps. And that actually creates a gate for me to go through. If we weigh it down in the bottom corner. So the way we can do that is by leaving the POW here. Taking the P-switch. This flower here, I need to dodge. We lower it like this. And lodge it like that. I need to move the POW over slightly, I think. So we raise it as high as possible up. Nope, mistake. Nope, not quite. Hang on. Whoops. Now I want to lodge the POW over there and slip into the seesaw on the left side. Not by weighing it down, but by slipping across it, I think. If I can. Like by raising the left side rather than lowering it. Because right now, preserving the flower is the major obstacle that we're running into. Nope, seesaw is weighed down. Let's get everything out of here. And we've got another raid coming in from Red Raven. Let's give you a quick shout out. Playing Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. I hope that's been going well. I've actually never played a single Five Nights at Freddy's game. I have a vague idea of what it is. And that Security Breach is a fairly new release. Hope you've been enjoying that. Okay, let's lodge this under the POW. The seesaw is still not high enough on the other side to get me where I want, I think. But if we kind of lodge this here... Maybe that's high enough now. We'll need to figure it out. Okay, let's go over here. Hopefully I can just drop in. It was good but super buggy. Okay, and welcome all the new people. And thank you especially for all the follows. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. We've preserved the flower. We've preserved the P. I want to throw the P all the way across before we... Well, okay, so much for that idea. I was able to get this earlier, like getting the P across safely. So that's something that we should figure out how to adjust. Because the one thing that I don't have right now is obtaining the key. And I don't have a good way of doing that yet. Because I know I need to keep the spring, I know I need to keep the fire flower. How is not going to work at all with an up throw. And the muncher here, I still don't know what to do with the muncher. A couple of different ways to keep the flower from being destroyed, yeah. I like this method because I feel like I can replicate it consistently. Whoa, oh, mistake. I need to grab the flower at this point anyway, so that's fine. We'll steal the spring from underneath. I need to activate the P-switch, though. I can't do anything here unless the P-switch is active. So unfortunately, I think this is a dead attempt just from the P-switch issue alone. But yeah, just testing that. Taking damage will lose the flower. I can't really do that. I do need to throw an object into it. And I do need the P to be something I can hit. So I just need to stand at a better position, I think, for the P throw on the left side to go the way I want. I was being a little bit cautious about that one-way panel. But I feel like we can do things this way. And yeah, Red Raven, this is a very new puzzle that is still uncleared by Tub and Chub. I play a fair bit of puzzles on this stream, so, you know, we've seen a couple of things that are pretty daunting. So, you know, no stranger to hard puzzles here, but we'll see how long we can take on this today. Okay, I'm gonna have trouble getting back upstairs here. Like a lot of trouble getting back upstairs. Whoops, no, you can jump over. Okay. It's fine. Let's lodge it like this then. And let's move the POW slightly, if I can. I think it's too soon to say if there is too much precision for puzzle level. It may just be that I'm not doing things with good methods that are less precision dependent. Oops. Once again, just got trapped under that one-way panel, though. Yeah, only way to get key without damage boosting is shell. I was thinking the whole way that, like, the whole purpose of the one-way panel pointing right in the center is that I'm supposed to escort the shell over. Like, you would want to drop an object underneath the grinder in that 2-tile space under the one-way panel, and have the Buzzy walk over to the right side. And that's been my thinking the whole time. You want the Buzzy to activate the on-off switch, and then you get it to walk across. Thank you for the follow. A lot of the things I'm doing, there are easier ways to do, or they just aren't part of the solution. Yeah, I mean, that's just part of the process of solving puzzles. But I do want to preserve the flower, so... At the moment, I do want to try things this way. Yeah, I think I should be able to walk across and drop on the left side, given the current state of the artwork. Let's just do it. Yeah, it looks like I should be able to avoid collision here. Grab the P-switch. Can I toss without going past a one-way panel? Yes, I can. Oh, no, I got trapped. Looks like that would be easier to do with the one-way panel one slot over to the right. I don't know if that breaks anything, though. It might be an essential bit of positioning here. And yes, Happy New Year to you as well, Chris Slay. There's one part in the intended solution that requires a bit of execution, but aside from that, everything is consistent. Okay. Yeah. Well, I still want to chase this method anyway. At least for the time being. Because I kind of see a general shape of what I'm going for. If I manage to get everything to execute well. Like, you switch the on-off switch back on using the shell, you walk the shell across over to the right side, but then if the switch is set to on, I can't follow it over to the right side, so maybe that's not it. So why would I want the shell to move over in the first place? Because in order to do that, I would need to grab this. Yeah, I need a shell to grab the key, but if I'm using the shell to grab the key, then how do I hit the on-off switch back to on? So that's one thing that I haven't thought about yet. Well, I mean, I can also always get the switch back off, and that would just kill the blaster entirely. Which would be a problem, because I need the blaster to stand on in order to get up to... No, I don't. You don't need a blaster for anything. The blaster can just die. So, a couple of things in the order here will be a little bit wrong, but... Whoops. And yeah, Red Raven, thanks once again for dropping by and bringing your viewers with you. Our list is absurd right now. We'll hopefully get through at least some of that. Yeah, I was expecting we'd have to handle some things a little bit differently, just given the earlier start time today, but we'll need to come up with some kind of new queuing policy, and also just not play with the P-balloon for an hour and a half, although that was worth it. Okay. Just want to see how far this method is going to take me. Yeah, because something with a shell logic here I have not totally understood yet, I think. Now, if I have a good way to reactivate a P-switch that I drop into the middle part, and then we're in business. I think maybe I was supposed to take the POW then. But let's think about that. Because I need the shell for the on-off. The shell is going to die if I use it to hit the on-off because of the red blocks activating on the left side. That's one detail that I didn't pick up on earlier. That if you use the shell to hit the on-off, the shell dies. And so if I plan to obtain the key with the shell, it has to go back with me soon. And I think it actually has to go back with me now, in fact. But the problem is activating the P-switch afterwards to go back to the left side of the level. Because suppose we do this, and suppose we walk the shell afterwards, like this. Let me make sure it walks in the right direction, of course. Yeah, you need to do that because the the fish bones exist pretty much as a shell check. Also, I am going to lose access to the shell afterwards, so maybe I don't need an additional on-off switch, because what's the point of getting rid of the blaster? I don't see it. So maybe I'm not thinking about that the right way. Oh, let's figure this out. Yeah, so right now the P-switch activation is the main thing that I'm a little concerned about. Because I need to do something about this in order to get back to the left. Oh, also, the shell is going to come... Oh, I didn't see the exit here. Okay. I didn't see that the shell actually wakes up and comes back. Because I didn't see the left side of this blade. So, okay, that's actually important, because that way you can actually take the shell back with you. But the problem right now is the P-switch, once again. And here we go. And yeah, there's a reason that I don't really tend to use a timer when it comes to doing viewer levels. I know that sometimes things can take a bit long, but the reason I don't is simply that I see different kinds of levels from the people who do have a strict timer. Like, you kind of get a different experience on the stream in terms of what you see in Mario Maker that you normally wouldn't see elsewhere. Like, there are some levels that just aren't a good fit for 15 to 20 minutes. So, let's see here. House stack's not going to work, P stack's not going to work. I also lost a flower, but that's okay. This is a bit of a trial run anyway. If I can escort the Muncher somehow, that would be great. Like, if I can escort the Muncher with some series of bumps, then I could, like, drop it on top of the P and then we go. But I don't see how that's going to work. We can also take damage boost, but not when I'm big, because I'll become small and I'll get trapped. Or maybe not. But we're going to have trouble with the bomb in the next segment now. Because we go through here. And Kavik, this is just a one-screen puzzle. It's not a big deal. It's a rather dense one-screen puzzle. Oh yeah, we forgot to get the 1-up. The 1-up is part of the clear condition from the blaster. Yeah, that's the reason that you need to activate the on-off switch multiple times. And the fact that you can only bring one object with you is why you do need a Fire Flower once you pass through here. However, yeah, Fire Flower, of course, is just going to be consumed at one time. Okay, so yeah, no, I just forgot about 1-up completely. But yeah, we've discovered a couple of important things. We know that the shell is recoverable after we get the key with it. And so that's a big piece of new information that I just didn't know previously. If we need to sustain the flower, the other thing too is that... Why didn't I just let the... Oh yeah, no, because you lower the seesaw, the flower goes up. The flower doesn't actually have a way of going down unless this spot is blocked. We can block it with a POW, but then the... We can just block it with a POW. The POW is going to respawn. But let's do everything else first. No, because I need the flower to be off of the left side in order to get enough seesaw weight on the left. Let's rethink this. Slash Games, what I'd like to be the second clear on a .08. Not today, unfortunately, because we are closed. And I'm currently going for first clear on this one anyway. Okay, so the flower is going to appear over there. If we push the flower and then block it afterwards, maybe we can do something. I would still need... Yeah, because then at least this flower is not weighing down a seesaw, at least not yet. It will kind of weigh down a seesaw once it is on top on the left side, though. Yeah, because... Let's say a block. Whoop, no, that's not a block, that's a throw. Come on. Well, anyway, this attempt is lost, but we'll try this anyway, just to test out some of the seesaw mechanics. Come on. Come back. Yeah, I don't think I'll have enough weight to get past a fire flower, though. But if I grab a P... Let me just check this. This is just a bit of a test. Yeah, no, we definitely don't have enough weight. And the fire flower is going to drop there. Oh, interesting. The fire flower drops there. So this is correct. And another POW spawns anyway, because of the way that works. Okay, so now we need to think about P activation on the right side then. So I need a way to get the shell across, but also preserve one P switch. One way to do it is to take advantage of the fact that the P is going to respawn once this P is consumed. Potentially... you know what? I could just take the P with me, probably. And then you loop back here. Then you do everything with a shell. You would still need to loop back one more time for the shell to grab the key, though, but... Yeah, no matter what, you're going to have to spend 1 P, or 1 POW, I guess, to escort the shell. We can do one additional loop with the POW escort, then. Whoops, no. I got stuck here with the one-way panel. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. I don't know if this one-way panel is actually supposed to enforce anything. Like, that does seem a bit strange that would just lock you at that door. Did I really create a perpetual motion machine by accident? Okay, so this method actually seems a lot better. As long as I don't get trapped behind the one-way panel like I did just now. I don't know what the use of that one-way panel beside that key door is, actually. I'm not too fond of that lock unless there is something specific that it's preventing. Okay, let's knock this guy down. Let's go over here. Yeah, flower will get dropped down when it gets pushed up, which is great. That's actually exactly what I wanted. Seesaw was swinging back and forth without slowing down, okay. That works too, in terms of the flower getting nudged out of the way. Now, P-switch will actually survive the whole fishbone thing on the left, so let's just get up here. Wrap around. We'll need to do a second run through in order to do something with the buzzy shell, but We have access to the POW now, and the POW is something that I can drop in a central section, perhaps. Yeah, no, maybe not. I don't know, I don't really like it. But if we move this guy out slightly, I'll need to carry him out eventually, but we can spring off this for the time being to get past the flower. No, because I still need to figure out how to create a platform for the Buzzy to get across. And the problem with the POW is that you have to be right beside all this to do a soft drop into that central slot. I don't have a good way of doing that. Like, you need to stand pretty close. No, you don't. You just jump like that. Okay, no, that solves the problem, actually, having the POW. Then you hit the P-switch, you get another P-switch on the other side. This is a sloppy attempt, but we lost it anyway, so big deal. You need to use the shell twice. The shell goes across the first time because it can't be destroyed yet. You then take the P back up stairs. You then grab the key. The POW needs to be in a better position. The POW needs to be slightly over to the left. But if the POW is able to be dropped safely on this side, so you come over here, maybe, and not really, too precision-oriented. If you can drop the POW dead center, then the shell comes across, and that should be the solution, in fact. Except we need one additional on-off activation after that, so the blaster... Yeah, you still need two activations at this point, like back on and then back off. Perpetual motion machine is easy to discover by design. It allows you to grab the flower while the off blocks are active without pushing out of the way. Difficult for me to visualize right now, but we'll take your word for it. Okay. Drop this here. Hang on. Come on. There we go. Yeah, getting the shell across is the main issue that I'm running into right now, and we'll just have to deal with it. Okay. We can get the P back across at this point. We take the POW, we place the P... Let's see. Yeah, we'll need to wrap around a few times, I think. If I put the POW where the off block is above the flower without moving the flower at all, and then proceed normally, okay. Maybe. It seems like I've been able to show it off before, so... I don't want the flower yet, come on. I can also just pop the flower back in it. No, I don't want to pop it back in the central slot because I won't be able to get it. Let's go up here. Let's see if I can place the POW centrally somehow. This seems tricky. I don't think this seems right because it's a little too precision-oriented for what it's doing. Like, that seems like it's not going to be far enough to the left. So I'm not too fond of that. But... if I just fire the shell across, though, it'll just bounce back and forth and that'll be okay. Like, instead of walking the shell, I just fire it. And it should sail across the one tile gap just fine. Like, what's the case against that? Let's see. It's fine, yeah. No problem. Grab the P. Come back down. Now, I have to remember that there's going to be one last activation at the end. Okay, can I grab the Fire Flower at this point? I think I can. I don't think there's anything else I need. Whoops. At 4, but let's get out of here first. Just try to grab the shell safely for once. Okay, shell is going to crawl back out to left. And we need to grab it because I need it to get back across. But I also need to fire the shell across because... no, because the shell, if it's fired, is going to run into some problems here. Let's grab everything we need. I think at this point I'm actually okay with getting everything. Picking it up. But we need the 1-up at this point because we have everything else that I need to get the clear. What I need to do is I need to hit the P-switch, throw the spring, and then carry the shell. Hang on. Oh, no. Okay. Messed that one up. Okay, no, because the idea is that I need a shell to get across, and so I can hit the on-off switch one last time. I hit the on-off switch one last time, then I need to get back down for one more hit, which is actually a problem because I'm big and I need to be big in order for the last hit to come down. So actually, the last hit on the on-off switch is a problem, unless I can weigh myself down using these objects somehow. Yeah, so we actually have one step that I don't know yet, which is that once this blaster comes down, we need one last hit, and so I need to be able to hit the on-off switch while I'm big. And I think it's going to be some kind of item collision that is going to get that for me, but I'm not exactly sure what that will be. Actually, no, it'll be fine, because we stand next to the on-off switch and I up-throw into it when it's open. The up-throw will, in fact, do it. But the problem is that I'm going to get trapped in the on-off afterwards, so that's not going to be it either. So the last activation of the on-off switch is still an unsolved problem here. Because I don't have a good way to do that right now. That doesn't destroy everything. Possibly I just used a P-switch to weigh myself down. But we would need something to brace the P-switch. So for example, like if you add this. Yeah, if you have this, then you can do this. Problem with that is that I cannot afford to lose the spring because I need a spring at the very end. However, here's one thing I'm not considering. This is why you have the one-way panel. Because, I'll show you. The thing you're trying to prevent is if I can somehow get up here and fire at the bomb and blow it up, and then do it with a spacing that I fall back down here with a Fire Flower. I come back here with Fire Flower. And the idea would be that if I'm able to proceed, I would take damage, and then I would use my small form to hit the on-off switch to grab the 1-up at the very end. Actually, no, you can't do that anyway, because like when you're respawning in this position, the blaster is going to start in its initial position, so regardless, that wouldn't break anything. So yeah, we're missing basically one major step here, which is how is the last activation going to happen? Because I can't really crouch into that. It would be with something like dunking me on the seesaw. Like I would need an object to create a ceiling above my head. And yeah, the one way there is to prevent resetting. Yeah, I see that. Okay, Tub and Chub, I may have to leave this one unfinished, simply because, like, we may be far enough from the end that I have to break this into a second session. Because there's still a fairly major step here that I haven't quite deciphered yet. We'll see if I can do it, since first clear is available. We'll push this out. Oh, you said something about putting the POW where the off block is above the flower. Oh, I trapped myself. Hang on. Yeah, no, with what we were saying earlier with the perpetual motion on the seesaw. I'm quite far unless I manage to find cheese, yeah. Yeah, it's just that last step. And also that I have no idea what the muncher is for. Like, that is something I haven't quite considered. Like, I don't know what the muncher is even doing in that block. I haven't thought about how to use it in a meaningful way. Sure, let's see it. It's directly on top. Okay. I guess the POW wasn't quite in position to show off the thing we were talking about, but... yeah, like I said earlier, we'll take the P with me so I can create the bridge with the POW. And... we're still going to skip the flower, because I think... until I see a purpose for grabbing the flower, it has to be saved for the very, very end. Otherwise, we just can't hit the on-off switch, right? Like, but the last state is going to be off. Then we loop around, then we grab the flower, then, yeah, so I just remain small. I hit off at the very, very end. I loop around one more time with a P-switch to grab the flower at the close of everything else. So, yeah, no, I think I get it. I think we can do it. Let's get this out of here. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, we drop the POW such that I can send a shell across directly. And we keep the spring because I'll need to get out of the bottom area again. At this point, we send this guy across. Grab another P. And good morning, Dark Flash. Happy New Year, and hope the travels have been treating you well. And yeah, Happy New Year to both you and +1. Okay, let's see here. Whoa! That was dangerous. Hang on. Can we stop that? Yeah. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way first. So I actually have room to hold an object. So yeah, I need to carry the shell back across, but the spring and the fire flower can wait. So let's wait for the shell to come back down, then we hit the P switch, then we take the shell across, hit the on-off switch, and we loop back around for everything else at the very end. That was a mistake. I should not have stood that close. But you can see how the solution is going to work from here. I manually hit the on-off switch, I lower it one more time, I take the P switch, I loop around, I grab the spring and flower, I finish the level. So, we have it. We have this. We just need to not choke like that. We absolutely have this. Just need to not die to execution mistakes for as long as we usually do. But the shape of the solution is extremely clear to me at this point. Just need to fire the shell a bit more accurately at the end there. Let's take this up. Oh, no, I forgot to block the flower. Oh, no, I need to push it first. Okay, let's push it. Push, push, push. We block it with the POW. We take the P. We do this. Then we grab this guy. And Happy New Year to you as well, Red Knight. Hope everything has been well on your end. Okay, first loop. Yeah, the reason we're keeping the spring down here is specifically to avoid the flower. And also to rescue it from the left side. I feel like we want the spring in a bit of a better position, like right here. I don't want to collide with the flower on my way up, though, so maybe not. There we go. We then grab the POW for the soft drop in the middle location. We then grab this guy and shoot. And loop back around. If there's a way to go through the seesaw and hit the on-off switch at any point without using an item to brace the fire flower to prevent it from being destroyed, then that's cheese. Okay. I think you're safe here, but we'll see. Nope, come on. Let's just try to get out of there safely without hitting the flower. Yeah, the flower is in a bit of a risky position there. But I don't see a better way to position it. Like, I don't want to... I mean, you can drop it back in here, I guess. I had done that on at least one attempt. But maybe that's much better. No, because it would get trapped in this location. I would not be able to obtain it when the switch is off, as we discovered much earlier. And on my last pass here, when I grabbed the fire flower and the spring at the very end, the state will be off. So the flower must be on the right. Okay, that's a safer position now. It's not nudged quite as far, so... But the flower must be on the right side there. Yeah, let's grab the P. And yeah, next GM, sorry we took so long. Today's been a long level day. And we'll hopefully see you next week. And like I said, we are trying to move to an earlier time, so... as we've been doing today. I feel like I've solved this one, though. I think I have it. We loop around, we... set up the POW bridge. Don't push the flower at all, leave it in the hole and put the POW above, huh? Okay, we'll think about that. There was one particular reason why I neglected that, but let's worry about it later. Whoops. Okay, POW. Make the bridge. Then take the P. Now this is the risky bit. Let's just hit the shell gently down below. I said gently down below. No. I still don't see the point of the muncher. Like, the muncher really gets in the way in some ways. It was kind of a massive distraction just now. Don't push the flower at all and put the POW above and hit the on-off switch. Let's consider that. That would seem like a strange behavior. Like, overlap it? Well, it's gonna get pushed anyway. Oh, you mean put it on top? Okay. That's okay, we'll leave that. The method works. We'll stick with it. Just leads to some positional weirdness when we're trying to survive the shell afterwards. Let's get the P. And that's okay, we'll stick with this for the time being until we really run into trouble. One-way panel is going to get in the way. Create the POW bridge. Feels like the POW should be far enough that I can just walk the shell over, but I'd rather not risk it. Yeah, dealing with the moving shell, of course, is a little bit of a hindrance, but... Nope. Alright, let's do it the other way. Yeah, because I'm trying to stop the shell while going around a flower, and it is perhaps needlessly complicated. Oh, yeah, no, we can just stop it this way. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I've been doing it the long way the whole time. Yeah, because that was kind of a residual element of an earlier solution. And I forgot when I switched over to just carrying the P-switch with me on the left side that we could just do it like this. And because I was still kind of locked into the pattern that we had from what I was doing previously. That's a lot better. Because now we can actually jump off the ledge. Yes, Dark Flash. The one-up mushroom is in the blaster on the left side. That's why we're trying to hit the on-off switches. We have everything else at this point. But everything else is sorted. Okay. Now we can do this without having as much of a nuisance here with trying to get the shell back up. Come on. I still think that's a problem, though, because once again, we have to get the flower in the off state at the very end, because I need to do a final switch toggle to the off state in order to grab the mushroom off the blaster. And if we're in the off state, the flower is going to be trapped. Although maybe we can push it previously, like we can get all this shell stuff done and then we can push it. No, I can see that the flower is easier to set up now, but we will need to push it eventually, right? Like on a future pass with the switch set to on. And when is the switch going to be set to on? It's not going to be, because we are going to do 2 hits on the left side. No, I don't really agree with that. Because of the one-way panels here, I don't see how I can get the flower if I'm picking it up late. So... And I realize that I'm making this argument against the person who actually created the puzzle, but I don't see how that's done. Because the one-way panel's here to prevent you from picking anything up, right? Like, if the flower is trapped in this location, you still have to get it out eventually. Yeah, no, that was the reasoning earlier for not doing that. And, you know, maybe, like, I probably am wrong about this, but I don't see why I'm wrong. Which is why I'm doing this the awkward way with the fire flower still in that awful position there. But maybe we can nudge it. I don't want to nudge it too far, though. Because if it's in the middle, I'm going to have trouble getting it. That position is fine. This position right here is perfect. Because then I can actually go around it without worrying too much about colliding. Of course, I still need to get the shell out, which has been a major issue in the last few attempts. And welcome, Corey. Let's get out. Let's try not to die to the shell now. It actually does become a problem with the way I'm doing it, yeah. So there was some other adjustment I needed to make in order to get it to work the way you want it to work. But I think my current solution works. I have everything mapped out. It's just that I need the shell to hit accurately at the end without trapping myself into switches. And I can do that. We now have the ability to go down here. Yeah, you would need to grab the flower sooner in order to do it the other way, because I have to keep myself small in order to do the last switch activation. Oh, now this guy's trapped on the left side. Okay. Oh my goodness. The idea was when the POW respawns after it gets deleted, it starts a cycle of the flower and the POW lifting each other up. Oh, the perpetual motion thing. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's okay. We'll do it this way because I can actually see it. The fire flower got a bit stuck that time, though. Okay. yeah, if I do it this way, I do have to push. Nope, come on. That's fine. We'll just smack it. Grab the P-switch for extra weight. Yeah, you'll have to explain the Muncher to me afterwards, so I don't see why it's there. But let's go back in the meantime and set this up. Yeah, because most of the other things in this level, I sort of understand why they're set up the way they are in terms of what the one-way panels are trying to prevent, perhaps. We can nudge this over, but we'll have the same shell issue we did earlier. Hang on. Let's just do it this way. Drop this here. And go over here. Go back, stop the shell. You know, if I drop the P on the right side... no, I'm not going to do that. Hang on. There we go. Very tricky. We got it. Maybe you can use the Muncher to do like a remote activation on a P-switch. I don't know why I would want to do that, but... Come on. Alright. Let's just hit this again. Move it out of the way. And do this carefully. Very, very carefully. Shell's going to come down. It should walk into the slot that is under the left of the 3 clouds above the seesaw on the right side. Now that it's no longer just bumping against the ground tile. Oh no, it's not going to quite make it. That's okay. We'll weigh it down like that. Grab it like this. I'm going to set it down gently, just to avoid any problems. Come on. Nope. Bad release. Okay, so yeah, the issue is that I was getting stuck earlier, and so I'd want to hit the on. I mean, I do need to fire a little bit closer, but I need to do it in such a way that I don't get jammed. So that's a little bit of an awkward thing here, at least the way I'm doing it. If I put the P-switch beside the on-off switch, it makes it throw a lot easier. Oh yeah, that's true. And the P-switch just respawns at the pipe, so... Yeah, just to have that extra tile to work with. Okay. Let's do it. And P-switch over here, that's right. Carry it back. Whoops, let's not get locked. Okay, what do we have here? Pow Bridge is going to be next. And let's hit this now. Okay. Carry this across. Now we'll try not to die to the shell here. Okay, here we go. Whoa, okay, come on. That was a slip. Yeah, the longest part of the puzzle is always after you've solved it. Always. Because I feel like my solution works. Like, I've already mapped this out in theory. I don't see any additional complications. It is purely just not getting whacked by the shell at this point. Or getting trapped like we did earlier. Or this stuff happening. Come on. Okay. Nope. Hang on. Okay, lower this. Okay. Yep, that's fine. Grab this. Felt like we understood this ages ago. But still got a lot of the finer points to work out here. And yeah, I don't like that flower positioning. It's really in the way. We'll nudge that. That's going to affect the seesaw later, but we'll deal with it. Okay, that's it. And then we do this. I think I see a problem with this solution. I think when we go down to hit the on-off switch a second time, we're going to run into trouble with the fire flower getting nuked. I think I see what the problem is going to be. It's precisely the thing we're avoiding on the first pass by having the flower be in that lower position. But I'll see if we can prevent that, because we will no longer have access to the POW, that's the issue. But we can destroy a P. No. There may actually be a problem with this, now that I look at it. There is a reason that this method is going to run into trouble. Let's map it out anyway, because I think this is actually wrong. And we'll... And lazy, if this turns out to be wrong, I will drop it and we'll continue it another day and then we'll go on to yours. Yeah, sorry, this is a sort of unusually long as a wait. If we had more API access, which we kind of do now with a lot of the Mario Maker data mining that's going on, it would be nice to have better queuing policies that kind of give a priority to levels that are known to be very short. But, you know, we figure out those things as we go. Nope, drop it. Drop this guy. There we go. Okay, here's the problem. When we go down here, we are going to have an issue with destroying the fire flower because of the seesaw issue that we've seen a couple times already. So this is actually not going to be right because we lose the flower. Yeah, that's not correct because the flower gets nuked. I'm probably going to drop this at the moment. Tub and Chub, I want to look at this one more time. I just want to look at this to see what kind of adjustment we can make. Because when you hit the on-off switch one last time to get the 1-ups, the flower gets killed on this spot here. And we no longer have the POW to block it the way that we did previously. We can't use this to block it. The flower's just in a bad position for that, actually. Like, the flower needs to be positioned somewhere completely different. In order to survive that. Or it needs to be consumed at that point, which I think we might actually be able to do. No, we can't, because we need to lose the flower to get the on-off switch. Okay, it's going to be enough of a complication that I need to rethink it. And yeah, Tub, I know we stuck with this for such a long time. We're so close. But I need to rethink this. We will bring it up the next time I do either a puzzle or a catch-up stream. For sure. And we'll wrap it up. I think I can get it. It would be nice to get the first clear, but maybe somebody else will get it first. But that's enough of an adjustment that is going to significantly extend the time I spend on this, so... Let's mark this as lost for the time being. I'm going to write down the code afterwards. Thank you for your extreme patience, Lazy. You've been here for hours. Yeah, we usually don't take quite that long per level. At least not on viewer levels, but... hey, what's a great puzzle? Excellent. Wonderful. Only 2 bombs are needed to win. And I'm not even close to the intended solution. Yeah, that's probably why we ran into so many of those complications, Tub and Chub, because it seemed like what you were telling me about the seesaw positioning expected something completely different, and that my fire flower positioning at the end was running into that. Okay, we need 2 bombs to win. We need to blow up the bombs on the right side that activates the on-off switch. That also... Oh, on-off switch, when we activate it up top, in fact, is going to blow out the bombs for us because the on-off blocks are underneath. We have access to snowballs if we can get onto some ground, which we currently can't. We have access to moving to POW, as well as an additional SMB2 mushroom if we put a bomb in that position. Whoops. Sure, we can blow this up, that's fine. Whoops. I needed to blow up the other bomb first so we could do something here. Hang on. Blasters are blocked, which tells me probably entity blockage. The part that's unintentional is putting the POW in the hole to get a shell across. Interesting. It seems such a natural part of it, actually, but I guess that's what's introducing the issue with trying to stop the shell when it's bouncing back and forth. Let's drop it for a time being in case we need the second mushroom. We can use this to grab the second bomb. We can, in fact, toss the second bomb over. And I don't see why we want to blow this up. We'd be able to go down low. That much is true. We can also reset through the doors after we blow everything up with the bombs, which is important. In fact, we'll do that. We'll blow things up first, then use the reset door. Right, okay, and mushrooms respawn from the blaster, that's important to know. Because it means we can then take this... Oh, whoops, that's not nearly far enough. I needed to actually throw, not just drop. Let's test this. No, we can't do that. I would need it to take damage and kick it, or... Ah, no, I see. If we come down here, and we have a way to regain the mushroom, then we can pick up Snowball in the lower location. In order to do that, we would need it to deflect the mushroom somehow when it comes out, and we can do that. We can do that using a POW. Oh, except, hang on. Let's redo this. Yeah, let's... hang on. I wanted to get the POW up in the claw, actually. Let's... And then I can drop it safely. But we can alternatively... Yeah, we drop it safely. This then bounces down below. That's great, because now we grab a Snowball. Nope. That was poor positioning. That's okay, because the next one is going to come down for me. And then we grab this. And then we activate the on-off switch on the left side over here. That blows up. Now we activate the POW to get rid of the muncher. And we are out. There we go. Thank you, Alazy, for reminding me that I do know how to solve one-screen puzzles from time to time. And thank you for that. And once again, thank you for your extreme patience. If I'd known that yours was so short, we would have accelerated it, probably. We'll try not to take so long next time. Zigzy, I don't know, Zigzy's still here. Zigzy dropped out a couple times. We'll do a quick call for Zigzy, and then we will continue going down the list. Zigzy is here, great. We'll hopefully get things through here efficiently. Yeah, Red Knight, that emote has been kind of kicking around for a while, but I could never rotate it into the main subscription tier until very recently when we had a few slots open up. And we have a couple of more emotes coming hopefully soon as well for people who are currently subbed. And Alazy, that was a very fun level. I enjoyed the solution, so thanks for sending that. Yeah, Zigzy, I don't know if you have a particular preference. If you don't have a particular preference, I am going to be picking shorter or easier things today. Likely. But we can probably do... Yeah, let's just do Winter Night Speed Run. 4%, we can do this. And hopefully speed through. as much as we can. Oh, triple jump, okay. Yeah, that's triple jump. Let's just do it. And then, yep, just need to read the artwork accurately here. "20 seconds through the door, and then spin jump over here." Okay. Green pipe, interesting. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, no, I just need to jump over that. But then we would need to spin on the next stack after that. That wasn't quite clear to me, but we'll get it. Whoop, missed. Then we'll see how tight it is. The current record is, what, 26 seconds? Yeah, this is going to be lenient. We should have enough room for even a minor mistake. Yeah, the timer does seem slack, which is fine. Huh. I don't mind that at all. Why am I missing that? Probably because I'm not holding into a full jump, or I'm just leaving in the wrong location. Yeah, just not holding one of the jumps long enough. Oh, too early. Yeah, just need to remember to spin over here to add the 20-second mark. We'll be through this before too long, I think. Whoops. And yeah, quality humor, it does seem pretty friendly. It has very good manners. This bit here I'm not sure about. Like, it seems like it's encouraging me to maybe spin to do a nice quick jump over the piranha and then do a longer jump after that, and then spin off the doubled piranhas in order to get onto the next platform. But we'll see, we'll see. I just don't understand the spacing there yet, but we'll get that before too long. I don't know, when a level is conditioning somebody with a 30-second timer to go as fast as possible, I think that like having a mandatory slowdown does seem a little unintuitive. But yeah, to spin off that piranha stack is not going to do it. You do need to jump after it, I guess. We'll go back and we'll try to space that out properly. Whoops. Okay. Whoops. And then, yeah, we can make that, actually. You just need a little bit of a twirl off that jump. Like, you don't need much of a run into it, you don't need much momentum, but you do need to twirl. Or at least it helps substantially if you do. And yeah, quality humor, I think that it sort of depends on, you know, how much you enjoy the core mechanics. I found, for instance, that a lot of the new soup levels that depend on ground pound cancels don't sit too well with me because I just fundamentally don't find that a lot of fun. But you also get a lot of stuff out of this style that is quite nice, like some of the wall jump mechanics and the twirl acting a lot better than it does in 3D World in terms of actually giving you some distance. But anyway, your mileage does vary, I think, depending on whether you enjoyed platforming mechanics fundamentally. There's still a lot of stuff that you can do uniquely in a style that you can't do anywhere else, though. Okay. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. We might have lost too much time there, but... Zero, and there we go. That's a clear. Considering how much time I lost, yeah, that actually went decently. Yeah, thank you for that, Zigzy. Just needed some minor adjustment at the end. Once again, as I said, I think having a bit of slowdown segment, it's interesting, but it is going to catch people off guard when the first half of the level conditions them to go fast all the time. And that's just a matter of how the level sets expectations as you go. Like, it's not necessarily going to be clear to people that the slowdown should be the first resort. Once I did do it, though, things came together pretty well. And the timer is nice and relaxed, which is nice when you want to give the player a bit of flexibility. So that worked well. And yeah, right on the dot, that's how we do it. Did I mark this as a win? Let's do so. And let's see who is actually still here from the massive queue that developed over the course of this stream. Oily Olive. I do see Oily Olive still marked as online, so if we don't have a check-in, we'll just bump you back one spot. Current state of the list is still huge. And we'll just rotate into Art Pop first if we don't have Olive check in. So yeah, I think we'll do that. Art Pop is here, so Art Pop, you will be next. Yeah, I still see Olive on the lurk list, and so I give people a second chance when that happens. Just in case they're AFK briefly. Oh yes, Coffee at Midnight. We talked about this title much earlier. Telling me how to change your mind over Coffee at Midnight. Nice to have this thumbnail image too. Makes me kind of want to take a break for coffee, but that's okay, we'll continue. And Electro Dude, yeah, no worries about that. Like I said, we'll do Samwell World at some point anyway. And give it a bit more focused time and attention. And thank you for suggesting that anyway, Electro Dude. Oh yeah, we need to spin into this. 100 seconds. It's going to be a jump affair, as we can see. It's going to be wall jump off the left side, and then a little bit more back and forth. Yeah, need to descend a little bit better here. 100-second timer, possibly the timer here is just for the music to sound threatening. Dark Flash, I've re-established my coffee dependency. in recent years. You know me to be mostly a tea person, but the coffee dependency came back in force and has not really let up since. And I had been off of that for a long time. You're the only person in Norway, other than pregnant women, who doesn't drink coffee. Well... I mean, I guess that's an easy theory to test. I'm sure quality humor that you have other distinctions among your countrymen besides. But let's... Okay, I have to let up a little bit here, so I let the spring drop down a little bit lower, and I avoid picking it up from the side. So we actually need to stall a little bit here. There we go. Okay, there we go. Ride out to Donut for coin 4. And then, oh, this... Gotta be cautious. Whoops, missed it. We almost had it there. 5 coins for the key door. Dark Flash, no, it had been going on for quite a long time before that, actually. It's probably going on a few years now that I've been kind of back on coffee. But it has certainly remained essential. Let's just say. Yeah, Art Pop Rain, I'm bad at ground pound cancels, and so if I can do things with twirls to do the stalls instead, I prefer to do them with twirls. And like I said, I was reasonably close in that attempt, so I'm pretty satisfied with that. Like I was saying while I was playing the level before this one, when we were talking about the new soup mechanics, I just don't particularly like ground pound cancels. I know that, of course, sometimes you'll just need them to cut momentum horizontally, but if you have enough distance to fall into, I feel like I get more consistent results in not doing it. Whoops. You think 1/5 of the country subscribes to a coffee deal? Which is infinite coffee at some gas station chain for the year. Interesting. Things you learn about Norway. Yeah, there was one ground pound cancel level in 3D World that I've had a lot of trouble with previously, but which I caught up on the last time I did the sort of makeup session. And so I had some recent practice with that as well, at least in 3D World, where you know, some other physics differences to work with. But nope, spin jump over here, forgot. We had one really good run just now, though, so... It does seem easier to do in 3D World, yes. Although I have trouble reading the artwork sometimes when detecting whether or not it's actually registering. Nope. Hang on. Spin. But yeah, the fact that I could cover most of this territory up to the key door blind is a good sign, of course. And the pink coins are mostly here to just kind of make sure you get a controlled descent past a certain distance on these pipes. Like the last one, having a bit of a tighter distance here. Whoops. Slipped right at the end. I don't know if key doors win quality humor, but obviously with all the coins in one segment, anything to do with key coins is done for. Whoops. Oh, Lazy, you're still awake tweaking your level. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that benefits from a lot of focus for as long as you can stay awake. So, no need to go to bed when you'd rather fix bugs or eliminate other issues while they're still fresh on your mind. Nope, not quite. Alright, let's go back up. Whoa, whoa, nope. Slipped a little bit here. Don't actually need to twirl at the Mecha Koopa, but it works. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I was mostly comfortable with that positioning and the timing. Twirling here mostly to stall a little bit longer than I have been doing. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's not drop the icicle. I nearly did. Oh, hey, that's it. Okay, great. Whoops. No, 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 no. Icicle. Let's go. And, of course, I'm just going to miss the flagpole. Not that there's a secret on the other side or anything, but... Hey, that went pretty smoothly. I do like the sort of aesthetic design of the exit, by the way, in terms of how the icicles were hanging off of the mushroom platform equivalents that are in the Night Airship theme. So thank you for that, Art Bomb. Went really quite smoothly. Nintenium, if you're still here. And if Nintenium is not, that's fine. We've spent a lot of time on some Nintenium creations recently. And yeah, you are here. Great. Let's pull this up. Nintenium, just so you know, I will probably not spend an hour on this. Of course, I said that multiple times earlier in this stream, and what did we do? Fresh start, 20 seconds. Another new suit. We're a little bit warmed up for it. It's 3% on a very small sample size. Let's not get complacent. What are some cool words relating to drought or harsh sunlight? Are you titling a level, Quality Humor? Something pertaining to the angry sun. Okay, so I need to throw this... No, I need to carry it, and I need to spin into this and then throw. Yeah. Just needed to read this initially. No, this isn't bad. Just need to spin a little bit more accurately when I'm closer to the piranha. Oh, you're titling your Ninetales. Okay. Like your Ninetales in, what is it? The Diamond and Pearl remake? Or... I don't know my Pokemon well enough to say, but... Because wasn't Ninetales also a boss in Okami, I want to say? Like the Fox boss. That's kind of like the rival match in that game, since you're playing as a wolf. Yeah, we release, we twirl, we then do triple jump. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, exactly. The title just kind of slipped away from me for a second. Okay, so yeah, it's going to be a release that we want to hold jump into. So we get triple jump over here. We're going to miss this. And so 12 seconds will not happen here. Then we get the spike that is kind of buried under the score line there. We need to be careful with that spike. It's going to restrict me such that I need to fall immediately down to the P. You're re-uploading your puzzle to prevent the ability to push to Fire Flower. Yeah. Tub and Chub, if you have the new code for it afterwards, you're quite welcome to send it to me directly or post it in the Discord. Because then I can schedule it in next time I do something like a puzzle stream. And yeah, whenever you're ready to share that with me, do take your time. Like I said, I usually run puzzle streams like maybe once every week or two, but it's going to be on the back burner for the next few weeks because I'm planning to catch up on some content in Mario Maker 1, actually. I'm planning to stream some Maker 1 over the next few weeks. And so we'll be on a bit of a different pattern. I really need to hold jump into that release and fix the shell release. Okay. I think I'm releasing the shell late. It is supposed to have bounced back by that point, so I can twirl on it. And I'm also probably not holding the jump well enough, so it's just muscle memory not behaving here. Nope, didn't quite get a triple jump there. Yeah, you need the triple jump to go off really crisply after the first bounce. Then we pretty much have it from there so far. We'll see what's ahead. Yeah, this trick here, despite being fairly simple, I just don't quite have down, but in general I find like holding jump into an object release to be something that I still have a bit of awkwardness with, in spite of it being very much a Kaizo and Jamp staple. You know, just in terms of getting enough height going into the release. And as I've often pointed out before, that's just because it's one of those things that is not muscle memory that's really cultivated by standard Nintendo platforming. Like, it's specifically a Maker thing. Okay, that's also going to be a spin into the Piranha, as we know before, and then we're going to take a left there and then slam that POW into the Muncher stack to eliminate them both at once. I reacted a bit slowly. Spin. Your favorite memory of Mario Maker 1 is the time someone said they printed out a screenshot of one of your puzzles so they could bring it to work with them. Yeah. That's the nice thing about one screens is that you can, if they're well designed, theoretically just solve it by looking at them and kind of doing it on paper. Apart from things like, you know, object spawning out of blasters, which once you've established it once, that's not too hard to remember. I need to spin a little bit later than that. I bounce back, I hit the Munchers, presumably one of the Munchers drops the key, and then I go through the key door. "10 seconds at the key door." Double twirl. Okay, so it's going to be a triple jump, but a triple jump that has an object drop on it. Because that's going to brace the thwomp from hitting the on-off switch. Yeah, you do need to be a pretty fast reader to do some of this stuff. The jumps themselves are pretty relaxed, but the reaction time has to be snappy when it comes to actually reading some of the notation. Let's spin jump here. 10 seconds at the door, that's on pace. No, way too low. Way too low off the claw. Need tons of height there to get the double twirl past the munchers. Yeah, mechanically this is actually pretty relaxed. I'm just doing a couple things a little bit slowly, but the tricks themselves are not too difficult to pull off. Just need to be really quick on your feet. Nope, once again, spin jump. Okay, let's try it again. Again, we'll need to clean up the shell release a little bit. It's kind of the main obstacle mechanically, just in terms of, you know, being quick enough on the button. Most other things have been primarily a reading error. This one is the one thing that's really flubbing the execution. There we go. Okay, pretty smooth through the door. Let's be careful with this claw. And nope, it does need to drop. And so I do need to do my directional inputs pretty quickly there. We can get through that without too much trouble. Whoops, don't know why I twirled into that. That was just a pretty clear triple jump. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that the triple jump is going to connect even with the soft drop of the spring under the thwomp. Because I often think of the triple jump as sort of relying on maintaining forward momentum the whole time. And nope, too slow in spin. This segment is pretty manageable, though. First half of this. First 10 seconds out of 20. And yeah, quality humor, tricks that require you to let go of the run button. Especially things involving the bone shell, I find. That's the most awkward thing about bone shell, which is otherwise one of my favorite items in this game. It's that there are so many situations where you actually do need to let go of the run button in order to land in it cleanly. Oh, whoops, didn't actually expect I would do that. And just Baby Yoda, welcome. You made a bone shell level just so you can practice it, exactly. That is the kind of thing that does require a bit of habit breaking, I think. Like, there are a lot of things in Mario Maker that, until you've run into them a lot, you don't realize are challenging, specifically because they play against some of the habits that you've been conditioned towards in the mainline Nintendo games themselves. Like, maybe... I mean, not so much in, say, SMB 1, but from Super Mario 3 onwards, at least. It's very rare that you'll be kind of overtly punished for just trying to hold dash through everything. And indeed, you're often rewarded for it. And so after a while, you don't even necessarily realize that's a habit. That's very conditional on the level design itself. No, the thwomp still hit. The thwomp cannot hit, and that's what the soft drop is for, is to prevent the thwomp from whacking the on-off switches such that you make sure that gate remains open. No, but you start with an on state, right? So doesn't the thwomp need to hit? And if the thwomp needs to hit, then how come you need to drop this spring there? Wait, no, because the gate needs to be off. You need to have a hit. So what's going on there? Let me think about that. Because isn't that the only on-off switch we've encountered so far? Or am I miscounting something? I think I miscounted something. Let's go back and look at that. And let's focus on the rest of the level while we're on our way back there. Nope. Release is way too late. Once again. Triple jump up. Whack that pretty smoothly for 10 seconds. Yeah, so we are off, except I missed everything over here, and we're going to run out of time. It looks like we're quite near the end then, because then I go through the gate up there, and probably just slide to the right under all those spikes. Unless I'm supposed to go down and wall jump it, but I don't see any indication of that just yet, so let's just roll with it until we see what's going on with the level. Okay. Whack that. Whoops, I just missed. Oh, I see what happened. I dropped it and then I picked it up again in midair, which was not expected. Too early. So yeah, the soft drop has to happen closer to the indication. I'm pretty sure it was early that time. Whoa, second twirl just didn't quite come off there. Yeah, it seems like I'm reasonably close. As long as we're not too tight on the timer. That's going to be a spin here. 1 second remaining. We're going to be projected. We're projecting something into that spring past a question block, and I don't know what. We're about to find out, so. New code is in a Discord? Yeah, thank you, Tub and Chub. We'll get that into a future puzzle stream for sure. And of course, if I'm running viewer levels and you catch me, you're quite welcome to resubmit that on viewer levels as well, so you can guarantee you're actually present. But I may also just deal it into a puzzle stream. Depending, like I said, puzzle streams will be taking a bit of a back burner to Maker 1 for a few weeks. Assuming everything works with broadcasting off my Wii U, which I haven't done before. I haven't actually streamed off my Wii U. I haven't set it up yet. There shouldn't be too many complications. No, spin, once again. 3 1-ups at the very end there. It looks like we're right at the finish, so it's just a matter of whether I will make the timer. It's not like the jumps here have a lot of flexibility, so as long as I get into this door cleanly at the 10-second mark. It's not like I'm losing tons of time with anything in particular, so... And it's going to be a short bounce off of that. You can't really go towards the top of the flagpole, as you can see, so... The spiny shell just kind of caught me by surprise there. Since I was anticipating the flagpole at that point, and... We'll just need a short bounce off of it and fall into the flagpole gently. And I'm actually a little bit short on time. I don't see where. Oh, it's because I had that spin at the claw. I lost time at the claw. Yeah, I lost a little bit of time. Yeah, Tub and Chub, the main thing, which I've already tested, is that the Wii U... doesn't have 5 gig Wi-Fi because 5 gig Wi-Fi is used for the gamepad connection. And so you need to have it on a 2.4 gig band. That first of all, you need to make sure it doesn't have any interference issues, which, you know, after years of Wi-Fi congestion, 2 gig band was known for, especially with things like microwave ovens, etc. If you're not on the right channel. And secondly, that the gamepad connection can itself have issues if you have a really busy signal environment on the 5 gig band with all of your modern Wi-Fi devices that are on 5 gig. And so the thing about the Wii U is that in a really kind of dense and tech-heavy environment, it has more connection issues nowadays in most home Wi-Fi setups than it did when it first launched back in 2012. Simply because of the way that, you know, people have migrated devices over time. I have tested mine already, though, and it should be okay. I've had other living spaces and environments in the past where that was actually a serious issue for the Wii U if I had it parked next to my computer and my other tech. One streamer suggested something about a flagpole. I don't quite understand that yet. Let me go back to the comment once I'm a little further along here. Wow, dining at the flagpole. Okay, so I still need to shave something there. I'm not sure what. Well, to humor, the real one streamed by filming the screen with a Nokia phone, especially if it's a Wii U gamepad screen. Having seen a couple of people attempt Switch streams with Mario Maker by filming their Switches in handheld mode, people certainly do try. I guess if they don't have a capture card, but they really want to show off what they're doing in-game. I think I was losing a little bit of time to the ground pound, actually. Like, I was going a bit high into the ground pound that was after the thwomp. But we got it, so thank you for that, Nintentium. The streamer wanted the level end with the top of the flagpole. Yeah, I can see people being a little OCD about that, like when they see that the top of the flagpole is just totally unobtainable. I can see why that bothers some players, for sure. If it's just not even theoretically obtainable on a clear. But thank you for the GGs. And for the level from Nintentium. Hey, we're actually making it through the list steadily. I will likely not run streams this long in the future, just so you know, even with the earlier start time. This week has been a bit of an experiment because we're kind of in the middle of trying to move towards an earlier time, and I'm still trying to test some things during the transition. Also because we spent way too long on some of those levels earlier, and I want to make it up to those of you who have been waiting for hours and hours. Second call for Oily Olive. Second and final call. Quality Humor, you forgot to make the top of the flagpole obtainable in yours as well. Well, the other streamer Nintentium was talking about has been warned. Or hasn't been warned, but will eventually be warned. Maybe. Alright, let's remove and let's go on to Green Heroes. Green Heroes bringing the jukebox as usual, I presume. Assuming that you check in. We'll just give Green Heroes a moment here. I do see Green Heroes present on the lurk list, so we'll just do that. X-Guy X, the Leech, Ganyos, and Quality Humor. Let's see. Of the people here, in terms of the online list, I see that the Leech and Quality Humor are the ones who are still present, so Green Heroes doesn't check in. We'll go down the list, we'll check everybody, but it looks like we just have 3 levels remaining. Possibly 2, depending on whether Green Heroes is around. So let's bump Green Heroes back for the time being. Just going to do a quick check for X-Guy X, who I think ditched. But apparently submitted some kind of Mimi DGR thing earlier anyway, so no big deal. X-Guy X, we'll just do a quick check for, and then do a removal. The Leech, if you're still here. And the Leech was checking in via direct message earlier. That's fine too. Yeah, we'll do that. And yeah, Quality Humor, amazing how quickly things go after some of the earlier levels tested everybody's patience. It takes some dedication to stay on my stream for this long, and I do appreciate it. It is actually quite nice that it usually turns out to be the people who send me good levels who stay. And have a certain amount of dedication to bring with them. Anyway, this is the second level we received from the Leech today. It's going to be another one that's slightly sub 1%, and it is Mountain. Easy level because you were bored. Let's take a look. So yeah, it'll be this, and it'll be in some... well, it'll be Quality Humor after this if Green Heroes doesn't show up for a second check. Sure, let's wall jump up. Not sure if it's required, but we'll take a look and do that. Nice looking mountain, actually, considering the limitations of working in this theme. Whoop, nope, didn't want to wall jump that, obviously. I just wanted to twirl down gently. Whoops. Hang on. And yeah, the resemblance to Celeste is, of course, very clear. Pink coins are apparently optional. They did look optional from the first one here in terms of its placement, but we'll go for them anyway. Unless it really becomes a daunting task to do so. But yeah, that's pretty much my memory of Celeste. It's just wall slides everywhere. This is going to require a pretty precise landing on that one tile slot there. Maybe I won't go for it. This is the kind of thing I'm bad at, so... It is, in fact, precisely the kind of thing I'm bad at. So maybe we won't go for that coin there, actually. Let's just proceed then, for the time being. I usually try to go for all the optional content, but that one's going to be in a bit of a tough position to get to, and it has been a long stream, so... Let's see how we do first on the rest of the level before we get a sense of how tractable that is. But yeah, essentially the Celeste red strawberries. I still need to go back and do some of the dangling content in Celeste sometime. I've been saying that for literally years now. Probably 3 years now? Yeah, at least. Or 4. I don't remember when it was released, like 2018, 2019? 2018, I think. Whoops. But at this point, I kind of need to relearn Celeste if I ever want to. That's just going to be jump and twirl. If I ever want to clean up some of the B and C side stuff I didn't finish originally. You hide all your optional content so people don't accidentally go for it. Well, do they still deliberately go for it? No. And here we go. And this one up top. Yeah, these particular wall jump setups actually really do remind me of the Celeste strawberry placements in some ways. I did get all red strawberries when I did play Celeste, because that was one thing I prioritized, was getting everything on the A sides. Yeah. Some of these placements are going to be a bit difficult for me to get to, though, so I think we'll just try to sneak here for the time being. Whoops, nope. Down the mountain. Whoop, missed that wall jump. I do see how to do it, though. We've really had quite a string of NSMB levels all of a sudden on the stream. Just a whole bunch of them coming in at once. That's okay, it just means we're slightly warmed up. Or perhaps more warmed up than usual. Whoops. Checkpoint flag is right there, in fact. We'll go for it. And Adelaide HD, welcome. And here we go. Let's move on up. And Adelaide, yeah, we've been closed for hours, unfortunately, because this has been an absurdly long stream. But hopefully you can catch me again sometime. Sometimes if we finish early, which will not happen today, I do reopen. I'll still have to work this out, because if I am moving to this new earlier schedule that we've been doing, I do want to accommodate my usual breakfast show people from Europe who still want to submit to my stream, so we'll sometimes maybe do 2 queue openings, like an early batch and a late batch, but we'll have to figure this out when I have a better sense of how long I can run on this day. And I can already say I did not expect to run this long today, but I also did not expect to spend an hour and a half on a P-balloon followed by an hour on the puzzle, so... I'll see if I can let's get up here quickly. There we go. Checkpoint flag. And yeah, to Leech, I'll catch up on your message in just a moment. So yeah, the creator is telling me things about the level outside the main chat box. I just don't have it open all the time here. So let me see. On the left side, you would have to hug the right wall, hug the left wall, hug the right wall, and then jump from there. I don't know about that. Let's take advantage of the fact that we have the checkpoint here. So apparently there is a B-side version of this level as well. That does test you on the movement required for the coins. Yeah, some of the stuff like the wall spin jump and such, I don't have a good intuitive sense of where to go with them sometimes. This seems like it's actually going to be triple jump. Maybe. The saw does kind of get in the way of that. It makes me doubt that as a triple jump, because you kind of need like those 3 consecutive full jumps to really make it work. So I think you probably can still wall jump up. But we'll have to go back there and see it. Also, there's this thing here. No, that's nothing. Yeah, because that seems like it almost reaches, but not quite. And we may have to see... Yeah, like the slide here, seems tricky. Again, the wall spin is not something I have a good sense for when it comes to visualizing it, so give it a try. It seems like you should be able to go directly up from here, though. Whoops. But I don't know, because I think I'll hit the ceiling if I try to wall jump that up directly on the outside. Yeah, because you would need to slide, you'd hang right on your way down, but not too early, so you don't hit the spike. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm just hitting that corner right now. That's the issue. I would need to leave that first jump a little closer to the corner. Well, let's just go back and try it. Yeah, hug left, hug right. And then jump over. It's going to be tricky. Anyway, let's try it. Yeah, just not really changing directions quite quickly enough. And yeah, the issue is that I'm hitting that top corner there. That's the main problem with leaving that first jump as early as I'm doing it. Whoops. Because I think even if I hang left there, that corner is going to throw off my positioning quite a bit. Okay, maybe that's going to be a standard jump. It didn't really look like it from the arc, but a spin is going to take me a bit low, from what I can tell. It looks very much like I should just be able to wall jump directly, but... yeah, I may not want to spin there after all. We'll figure it out. No, because the standard jump is going to hit my head there, unless I go a bit lower. Like, I would need to go quite a bit lower to not bump my head. But the spin does feel like it's not going to do it here. There we go. Oops, that was an accidental spin. We clearly could have made it if I just continued wall jumping, so... Yeah, just a matter of finding the spacing there. I think we can do it. There we go. Okay, looks like it's going to be the same kind of jumps that we had in Art Pop's level, actually. No, I wanted to get up a little higher than that to wall jump up. Maybe that's not necessary, but... I think playing Art Pop's level before this conditioned me to expect that kind of back and forth wall jump. Maybe with a twirl to gain a little bit of height, but it's going to be a little bit tight the way I'm doing it, so I think I do need to rethink that slightly. Or I could just wall jump off the top bit right away and just try to correct and twirl my way to the right instead of going off the left side. Oops, mistake. I don't need max jumps for triple, and you said you can give me a precision tip for that part. Oh, sorry, that was a few minutes ago, wasn't it? I'm just trying to figure out which part you were talking about. Okay, no, that's way too much of a jump. I do need to jump off to the left. For sure. And yeah, quality humor, I don't mind precision tips. Unlike puzzle backseating, when it comes to precision, often it's stuff that I will not be able to figure out systematically myself. Which is why, I mean, thing that gets me into trouble with high precision levels is that I do often feel like there's just a bit of rolling of the dice to see what sticks. To mix metaphors there. And... okay, this is not too bad. Nope. Still too low. Yeah, I'm kind of considering my alternatives when it comes to that semi-solid. With the ice sheet. But we'll have to get back there and experiment a bit. I'm able to get back there somewhat consistently, I guess. We can be a little bit more patient with the blade here. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Guess slipped a little bit here. Personally, you would go neutral when hitting that well. Yeah, okay, I see. It took me a while to register sort of which part you were talking about, but... You mean the drop here, right? Yeah, it takes a certain self-control to be doing that. Whoops. We don't want to go down here. Let's just take a death quickly. I said quickly. And yeah, you just need to control your landing very well if you decide to go for that coin with the spin. Oops. Well, let's redo that. Whoops. So we're going to course correct our way up to the top level and then... maybe it is something that's within range of a triple jump, in fact. But I'll have to go back there and rethink it. Like if you're starting out here... 1, 2, no. It's still on the second jump. But maybe you can build enough momentum here to actually get all the way over if you do something like a double twirl. A little difficult for me to estimate on the fly, but we can try something similar. It does feel just a little out of reach because of that spike, but there's probably something I'm not considering, so... Whoops, no. Okay, back up here. I was thinking that if I hit the twirl earlier, maybe I could stall enough to get over that hump there, but it's not quite enough. Makes me question this whole approach. Finding out the left wall actually sets you up to safely hold right. Interesting. Oh, whoops. I feel like double twirl should make it, in fact, the more I look at this. But we need as much momentum as possible going into it. Like we just go... not quite. Yeah. So apparently we don't need a twirl to get over that. Let me rethink it. Yeah, because I don't want any accidental wall spins. That's very true. I'm looking at this and wondering if there's a way to go under, but I don't think there is. Curious. I was just about to say, why didn't I just consider spinning on a saw, given that you can go under? I was just about to note that to myself. I was like, huh, it's been there the whole time. I've just been registering the saw as something constricting space. I'm glad we noticed that at the same time. Or you probably noticed it a while ago, in fact. I've just been tunneling on it. Going up from under is possible. Yeah, because I was thinking about the coin there. No, because I was thinking about that in terms of Yoshi logic, and didn't I need Yoshi? No, I need Yoshi or Bone Shell or something to do that, didn't I? Or am I just confused all of a sudden? Because I was sure, looking at that I needed Yoshi, Bone Shell, or Shoe, but... like, there's some kind of wall jump method that allows you to go over top, so maybe I'm just confused. One gets a little bit scrambled sometime when playing this game for long enough, so... Or like the mechanical stuff you think you know 100%, like when you stream, it just dissipates. Yeah, this has been my longest stream in a long time, Quality Humor. But like I said, it was kind of an experiment to see how we'd handle the new start time for viewer levels. I'm unlikely to run this long in future weeks, as I was saying. I like to keep things sort of around a 4-hour mark if I can. With viewer levels, we pretty consistently go longer than that. Just not this much longer. But yeah, Delete, I may not be able to see this one through the whole way through until I can figure this part out. It may have to be one I come back to, simply because we've been running the stream so late, and I have one more I want to take a look at. Been fun so far, though. Like I was saying, it did look to me like this was within range of something like a double twirl. We haven't really put in a good effort to demonstrate that, but... I think I'm leaving that second jump too far from the edge. If I treat it as more of an edge jump, I should be able to twirl over. But I haven't considered the path underneath either when it comes to... hang on. Yeah, it didn't seem like we'd get anything to step on a blade with in this level. Because I've been looking at this and thinking about triple jump locations simply because, you know, this seems built for that, where you could potentially like just triple jump into a wall jump. Whoops. And yeah, it's in keeping with the Celeste theme to just have wall slides and spikes everywhere, so that comes across pretty successfully, I would say. Yeah, too close to the edge and you just run into that spike, so you can't actually make that too much of an edge jump. But you can't go too far left either, I think. Hey, we made it. Only to run into trouble here, maybe? No, we got it. Oh no, it's a wall jump column. Or is it? That seems like it runs around low. Seems like it runs really low, in fact. Yeah, because you would need to wall jump kind of around this, wouldn't you? Like, and just kind of go around it when... Maybe go even dead center and over. No. That was an interesting pattern. See if we can get back there. So yeah, it is a jump that you can make with a twirl, getting up there. We just needed to get a better positioning going out of this second jump here. There we go. There we go. It's actually not hard. Not very hard at all. But then this pattern is tricky. Because you follow it on the way up. I think you do have to follow it on the way up. And the wall jump's not going to get you anywhere close to where you need. Maybe you do need to beat it when it's on the lower level, but it seems tight. Because if it's sweeping from up high, I don't think I'll be able to get around it, but, you know, like this. Don't see that happening. There we go. Okay, let's not die here after all that work. Okay, this will be a series of wall jumps for sure, and then we have to not fall below after. Yeah, we got pretty far in that attempt. Yeah, it's definitely a sort of stop and think obstacle. I was surprised I managed to get that, given how narrow the spacing looked. I don't know if I can do that twice. But being able to nail it the first time was pretty satisfying. And yeah, I caught them when they were sweeping below, I guess. Whoops. No, too soon. But that's the window of opportunity, just a little bit after that sweep. There's apparently an even easier way through. We'll see if we can get that. Okay, there we are. Whoops, no, let's build up some speed. Nope, not quite. But I do want the second jump in that sequence there. Nice full jump with one whirl. Is enough to get me over. And yeah, Quality Humor, I will bring you up next regardless, since I know you're here and have been here for a while. Whoops. let's go back. Now that series of wall jumps we died to on the best attempt, that was pretty avoidable. We've done tons of jumps like that before. I don't think that's particularly tight. Oops. Okay, here we are. Nope. Starting to get a bit sloppy here. Yeah, we'll see. I may have to cut this one short for lack of time, but try to at least get one more good attempt at those saws here. Since, you know, the wall jump stuff looks pretty doable. Just narrowly missed my window of opportunity. I was slightly late. Whoops. Yeah, I don't think there's quite as convenient a way to go between through the middle. I think it's probably doable, but that I don't have the precision to do it. Like jumping up through the middle. Saw blades. And grinders as they circle around. Whoops. No, no, no. We'll just redo this a few times until we get it going the way that it was working earlier. This was going. Not quite dead center off this jump, though. And it does need to be dead center, as far as I can tell. Okay. Alright, let's do this. And yeah, we'll rethink how we're doing the saws if I do manage to get back to them. Best attempt yet, though. Previously. Looks like we're almost at some kind of exit on this climb. And we'll see. We've only hit one checkpoint so far, so we might be still somewhat far. There we go. Yeah, I guess we could probably hug this as well. On either end, but yeah, either the left or right would do there, in fact. Or at least it looks that way. Nope, too late on a wall jump. Oops. Well, we'll see. Not quite. Not quite. I wonder if it's just a psychological thing. In terms of, you know, going left or right in that section. Yeah, it seemed like we were kind of nearing the end of the climb, or at least getting pretty close from what I could see. And the wall jumps I was dying to at the end, I mean, those are very manageable. That's basic stuff that we've already shown off on the stream with some of the levels earlier. But we'll see. If I do need to bail early on it, just for lack of time, I think you're perfectly welcome to resubmit it at some point. I don't mind playing levels over multiple streams. That's usually how I handle the longer stuff. We just went way too long on some of the earlier levels that were submitted today. Nope. Lost my timing there somehow. Just a little bit late. We'll see how much is left. Yeah, because it seems like a few segments here we can blast through on first reading, and some other ones take me some time. Can't always predict what's going to be what when it comes to what gives me the most trouble. There we go. Nope, not quite. Yeah, I think I do have to adjourn for the moment. I would have liked to put some more time into this, but we do have the one last one from Quality Humor, which I might not be able to spend much time on itself, and so thank you for that anyway to Leech. Like I said, you're welcome to resubmit it at some point. And I don't think it'll be too much work to get back to where I was, and if we have more time next time, I can put in a bit more of an effort towards the pink coins near the end as well. But I think it's fundamentally doable. There is a bit of an end segment, as you can see, that's going to be past the exit pipe. But that looks pretty straightforward. Just forward and up towards the end. So I guess that's what's left after that zone. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that you would need some momentum on the right side of the blades that you don't need on the left. That seems kind of counterintuitive, but a lot of Mario Maker is, so we'll hopefully get it clear next time. Let's mark it as a loss for the moment. And let's see. Oh yeah, second and final check for Green Heroes, who I think is long gone, but we'll check anyway. Ganyo's, I think, is also long gone. And Quality Humor, you'll be our closer today. Actually, you should have been pulled up with a sub next just now anyway, so you were going to be next regardless, so. Let's see, Scorching Hot Moving Blocks, 0.34%. As you know, I'm probably unlikely to get to clear on this sitting, but we'll try. Am I good at rhythm games? It depends on the rhythm game. I've actually been meaning to get back into Cadence of Hyrule because I recently got the expansion for it, since it was on sale for literally the first time. Because there was the whole Skull Kid expansion campaign that was released for it long after the original game came out. And I had a ton of fun with Cadence of Hyrule. I finished it on the permadeath mode, which is truly how it is balanced. Very much the true way to play. Unfortunately, that was before I had a capture card, so I never streamed it. And it would be a fun streaming game at some point, but I'm just on a very busy schedule at this point. Now, in terms of rhythm elements that are, in terms of reading cycles in Mario Maker, I've recently had some humbling experiences on that count, particularly with some of the bonus routes for the collectible cakes in 6YMM. The ones that I had the greatest trouble with were the rhythm challenges, notably in Stepping on Sonic by Mang and Muncher Wave by Megatoro. They both had bonus routes that were based on, avoiding timed patterns on the floor. And in general, the concepts of those levels were based on avoiding timed elements on the floor, and I was rather murdered by that, let's say. This one actually feels pretty lenient so far. I guess the low clear rate must be, well, partly a matter of consistency and partly a matter of, players' consistency, not the level. Partly a matter of some other difficulty we haven't run into yet. But yeah, still thinking back to the previous level in terms of the mechanical discrepancy on the wall, depending on whether you go left or right on a saw. That's curious. I'll have to go back and experiment with that. Maybe in the editor, or that a momentum calculation would be that different. Unless there's something obvious I'm missing. Okay, here we are. Oh, I see, okay. This guy over here. We were fairly close to the exit here. Fairly close. Making 2 of these levels has shown you that people are surprisingly bad at this. Yeah, this is not as bad as I expected for something 0.34-ish. I say that now, of course, and we don't know how badly I'll wipe out on it as we go. But I likely have an easier time with this stuff than I do with Precision. In terms of, being able to take advantage of actually being able to adjust my jumps and have a fair bit of headroom to work with. Kind of like how the ones on the circular tracks are sort of doubled on either side, as far as I can tell. I guess they're just semicircle tracks, perhaps. But yeah, a couple of elements here we'll need to negotiate. I was hoping to re-land on that, but I didn't know how quickly it was going to pop back up. This reached below 0.2. Well, it's going to be a low sample size at first. And the thing about clear rates is that it is sometimes going to be a reflection of how many people bother to try, right? Like, you'll have some Kaizo levels with surprisingly high clear rates because the people who can't do it just wipe out right away and give up and skip. But a level like this one, the platforming seems just easy enough and just approachable enough that a lot of people would be in a position of wanting to push against it even if they are failing, and so you would have a clear rate deflated by that. That people would be more willing to put in late attempts simply because the technique is not really the obstacle here in terms of the inputs. It's purely timing and reading what's going on. Sort of interesting that this behaves fairly consistently given things like spawning position on the camera. Maybe you've preloaded a lot of the tracks early, but maybe not. It's just the camera scroll working out conveniently for me. It actually does seem reasonably consistent. You placed a bounty on this level. Anyone who beats your clear time gets a thumbs up. Their current record is 237. I haven't checked your clear time, of course, but well, take a look afterwards, or you can just tell me. Oh, whoops. There we go. Well, yeah, we'll see. I'd like to at least get past the first segment here. Okay, pretty manageable. And yeah, just in terms of objects dipping into the lava, one thing I need to estimate is just how long something is going to spend in the lava before it comes back up. Because that's something that's not visible to me. And when you're seeing an obstacle over the early attempts, it does require a little bit of guesswork. Perhaps. Your time is 38 or 39 seconds, wow. And yeah, it does help to know about a dev block. If applicable. But I guess, you know, from designing this and having mapped this out and having a consistent spawn timing on everything. I was just talking about this consistency of the spawn timings, and of course now I'm starting to break things a little bit into a different order. Just from stalling a bit. Okay, we're through here. Checkpoint. Let's try going right first. I kind of wondered what was on the left, but we'll wonder later. Ah, we can check it now. What a mushroom, very useful. Something's doing a screen shake over here as well, very curious. And yeah, the loading speed, in terms of variability, would be a painstaking thing to tune properly, I think. Look at a slight acceleration of that thing as it comes out of the lava drag. I always enjoy mechanics that take advantage of the lava or poison drag, or the fluid drag in general, I guess, if you include forest water. It's one of the very satisfying things about Mario Maker. It leads to some pretty interesting mechanics from time to time. I may be very biased on this score. It's alright, it's not like the dev block gave me a key. I was kind of wondering what that was actually constraining, though. And yeah, there's definitely a bit of momentum manipulation that you need to get used to here. But one thing I have played a lot of are momentum manipulation levels, so I don't necessarily think of it as something that I've played a lot of, but when I reflect on what I've been sent on Fever levels in the past, that style is very well represented. That kind of challenge. Watching people play your recent levels has been eye-opening. Yeah, you were mentioning this and the other one as being more timing-oriented. It's sort of interesting because, like, this is much closer to a standard platforming style skill set than a lot of what goes on in Mario Maker. Like, you have so many people who are just really accustomed to, you know, common best practices, I guess, or very common patterns when it comes to Mario Maker levels that, like, it's very easy to just lose track of what first principles of platforming feel like, but this is exactly the kind of thing that is all over the DKC games, and indeed some of the Mario games, in fact, but I can think of a couple of specific levels that essentially feel like this. And it's sort of weird that it would be something that comes off as a niche within Mario Maker, simply because, you know, I think one of the things that I found really distinctive and a bit odd about Maker 2 relative to Maker 1 is just how quickly certain level styles have got standardized. We landed on a safe place in the lava. Interesting. Huh. There was a safe spot there. But yeah, I think, you know, people's expectations in Maker 2 kind of got standardized way too quickly, and it's not hard to see why that happened, because, you know, there was a certain desperation to have a better level selection out of the gate compared to Maker 1, when everything was just music spam and auto spam for the early days. But it meant that certain notions of level design and certain communities just kind of got very standardized very quickly. Probably because, you know, some of those styles were sort of mature styles from the first game to begin with, that you kind of got into this game already having a Kaizo community, a troll community, you know, a precision community, that sort of thing. You added a few gotchas, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to remember where that was, where I was surprisingly saved by the level, but I appreciated it all the same. I I think I'm way past my timing window for this. Oh, no. Got it. This will actually stay above. Which is not going to explain why I jumped off of it when it was safe. And yeah, you should make the things you want to make. But in general, I'm pretty happy with the kind of level selection I get on this stream. Because it's less tied down to any particular well-established tag or niche or whatever. You just got a pop-up saying I went live. I don't think I had a connection error on my end. I think it's just a glitch on Twitch's side when it comes to notifications. I don't think I disconnected from everything I'm seeing on my end. And yeah, I never went down apparently. It's just the notifications deciding to bug out a bit. Anyway, this has been my longest viewer level stream in an exceptionally long time, but I missed so many of my usual viewer level days in November, December that it's been nice to catch up on. But a lot of stuff, see some new faces, you know. Play a lot of Mario. And yeah, JMT, I think it's just, as I said, Twitch deciding to be glitchy about that. It will do that from time to time. Particularly, I think, for super long streams. Honestly, on a jump-to-jump basis, this seems a lot more reasonable than I expected for 0.3%. Which is not to say that I'll necessarily clear it today, but segment by segment it feels very manageable. No, nope. Let's watch this carefully. I never checked what's in the secret dev block I found. Yeah, I assumed that was just a coin or something. Let's... Whoops. Take a look. I mean, the bone shell is the only thing that would really help me here. Because taking damage is not really the issue right now. As long as this doesn't obstruct my headroom. I guess. Whoops. Oh. That's another developer catch. But yeah, we'll keep that in mind in case I actually need the flower for something. But at the moment, having more headroom from being small is actually an asset. Because it's not like enemy damages the hindrance here. Whoops. You added it because it would be funny. It would indeed be quality humor. Not quite. And we'll ride this out a little bit. Until such time as we can continue. Trick here is just not to get confused with which blocks are moving left or right and which ones are not. That was just a miss. I mean, it was a fairly obvious block to hit. There's one helpful item in this level, but no one has found it yet. Yeah, that's what happens when things are hidden behind dev blocks. If it is, in fact, the case. But literally the only thing I can think of here which would actually be a huge level breaker would be Bone Shell, or Cape, I guess. Cape would be useful because it allows you to control your landings and stall. So Cape would actually be quite good. But other than that... yeah, Bone Shell would just straight up break it, of course. Okay, let's try this out. One of the reasons you speedrun your levels is to prove you didn't use any dev stuff. Wow, still having trouble landing on that thing. Oh, I see something flashing at me on the right side of that screen. Okay, there we go. Still having trouble landing on that moving target every time. And that's been as far as I've been able to make it. And that can also be somewhat improved. You have a climax before both checkpoints. Yeah, we'll see about that when we get there. The second one looks scary, but it's the first one people die to. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't think the first checkpoint was too big a deal. But thinking back to that, yeah, I kind of get what you mean. Okay, bit of forward momentum bump over there. Let's let this guy juggle me a bit. And then we have to deal with the sideways block again, unless we go up to the 50 coin, but it feels a little out of reach right now, so... Okay, good. Nope. Not gonna get enough airtime off that block. And, yeah, we'll... see. This looks more clearable, like I said, than I expected from the clear rate, but... let's not get shoved by that block. Let's watch out on this one here, which has been the major hindrance so far. Nope. Nope, not at all. Have to watch out for the ceiling there. Okay. Let's go over here. Yeah, I was thinking I was a bit early on that one. And that was the case. You can usually tell in advance when things are going to go south. But yeah, the spacing, I guess, is what makes the spawn timings fairly lenient. That some of the columns are close enough together that it doesn't matter too much in terms of being able to adjust. Also, the fact that you can stay alive, for the most part, off just jumping repeatedly on a single column is what allows you to make each of the successive columns a bit more timing independent. Okay, nope. It was the part of the level you worried most about by far. Yeah, it's just a matter of going at the right cycle, I think. Like not going when the blocks are about to hit the ceiling. Always kind of nice to see a sort of zero enemy, pure platforming concept. Turns out to be quite focused. Of course, you know, it's definitely relevant that the blocks on wings and tracks would, of course, cut into the entity limit. So, just by necessity, you do have to keep it a little bit lean and simple. But it's a pretty good concept in general, in terms of just being able to read some of the patterns on and off the tracks and understand and not only the timings, but also the boundaries of where the flying blocks will go. And also understanding what some of the safe zones will be. Okay. Just trying to stay relatively focused here. You did reach entity limit, yeah. It seemed like you would. Just given the number of blocks I'm seeing on the map here. Nope, I thought that block would come up in time and it did not, so. Yeah, those blocks peeking out are not going to be ones that I can just cycle over indefinitely. Unlike their winged compatriots earlier in the level. Yeah, we'll see. I may have to bail soon, unfortunately, just due to time. I know I'm fairly close, but I'd be very happy to come back to this one as well, though. Because it does feel within my ability. But that's exactly the kind of thing that sometimes leads to a very long grind. And of course, we run the unfinished business stream from time to time as well. If needed. Also, sound has actually died for quite a while, hasn't it? I didn't notice that until just now. Let me see if I can fix it. Just give me a moment. I don't know how long ago the sound cut out here, but I'll need to do a fuller reset. Just give me a moment. And it's okay, because Super Mario World Castle is an accidental copyright trap anyway. Usually it's only relevant for things like puzzles, though, where you are staring at one screen without a door transition for sometimes a long stretch. Because there's a particular part of this track that is erroneously picked up by Twitch's copyright detection database, which mutes my audio. It's a huge annoyance to people who stream either this game or Super Mario World. I haven't been hit by it lately, but there was a while when I was getting hit by it all the time, with puzzle streams especially, where this is a very popular theme. Okay. Let's float back to the right side. Nope. I knew that was going to be a problem, but the problem was that those two blocks were synchronized. And there wasn't really a natural way to get out of that unless I acted really quickly. So unfortunately, that particular conjunction of how they scrolled in didn't seem very convenient, but it was probably playable, just tricky. Nope, that's a miss. I guarantee it's always possible, no matter how you load it in, but players need to be adaptable. Yeah, I think I needed to kind of notice that earlier and react quickly to the fact that I would have to go fast if they're synchronized like that. Anyway, let's juggle on top of this thing for a bit. Wait for this to go back to the right, and then we'll continue from there. Next cycle. Close. Reasonably close. I had the right idea in terms of how to time the entry. Sometimes it's just understanding the principle of the thing to inform the next attempt. Okay, they are way out of sync this time. So we'll need to do something quite different. Nope. Yeah, one jump to the end, I mean, that's how it goes. That's how I get stuck playing longer than expected. Often. And yeah, Mahir, that is precisely what I was thinking. That's a big oops. Whoops. You enter that start point slightly differently when I get to line up. We'll see. I mean, there's enough variation there that I pretty much have to time it entirely based on the first column. In that segment where the columns are going up to the ceiling. Nope. Too ambitious there. There's a Dev Star. Well, I mean, not going to help me against the lava, unfortunately. Dev Bone Shell, however. That would be something. Close call there. And let's wait for this. Okay, fairly out of sync again, which is okay. Let's wait until it's coming down. Nope. The Dev Bone Shell, if it exists, would require a key from section 1 to get. Well, considering that I haven't even found a key door. There was, however, that whole section to the left of the checkpoint that seemed to be a whole lot of nothing, but also had some kind of screen shake effect. Okay. No, not quite. I'll see if I can put in at least one more good attempt on this, but it may require another sitting. Just so I can give my hands a break, but we'll see. Yeah, no, I can totally clear it. I just don't necessarily think I'll clear it this sitting, that's all. I think I'm absolutely able to do it. I'm a lot more optimistic about this than I thought I would be, given the clear rate. Like, it's one of those that feels easier than its clear rate to me. Whereas there are many levels that feel harder than their clear rate, conversely. Just from, you know, my subjective impression of them, subjective impression based on past experience and where I usually fall. But yeah, I think I have to bail, unfortunately. We are just running way, way too long today. But I do want to continue this one. It's another one that'll jot down for revenge at some point. Oh, Cats is a world record. Not surprising, actually. Cats is very, very precise. Who else got the clear? Let's see. Beachin got it. That's the first clear. Not surprising, actually, that we'd have Beachin, Morpha, Cats, etc. A lot of recognizable streamers. We will do it at some point. We will do it. You can resubmit it if we are back to viewer levels. And if not, we'll definitely pull it back into one of the makeup streams. Yeah, because I remember thinking this with this previous one as well. I think that like the clear rate kind of undersold how doable it was for me. Very similar circumstance over here, so. Thank you for that. We are way over time, but thank you for the submissions and for the patience of everybody who stayed. I had to start taking a couple of losses near the end there, but that's how it goes sometimes, and we're close enough that things look doable, given just a bit of rest and a fresh start. And I'm not concerned at all about making it back to checkpoint, so which was why I was fine just holding off for now. And yeah, it must be interesting to see a couple of different timings and approaches to a level like that over a sample size of players. We will send you folks off onto a raid somewhere, and I'll scan around for that, but in the meantime, that's all good from me today. Thank you so much for watching. As I said, our priority over the next month will probably be pivoting back to Maker 1 for a bit during the weekday streams, but we'll still be doing some other things in the meantime. You know, word games, some more Maker 2 here and there, and fewer levels, hopefully fairly regularly in this time slot in the coming weekends. So stay tuned for that. We'll have announcements, scheduling, etc. coming onto Discord. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today. Thanks for watching. Stay if you want to raid, and until next time, fare thee well.